We are live.
Oh my goodness. Hello, everybody. Welcome one and all. And thank you all so much for joining us as we celebrate 5 years of Transplanar RPG! Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. Well, tonight is the last Saturday of Pride Month, which means it is officially our Channelversary. So everyone say happy birthday, Transplanar.
Happy birthday, Transplanar. I love you.
Transplanar. Oh, my precious bean baby.
Ugh, I am so happy to be celebrating. I know.
Oh,
that's kind of wild to think about.
Sleep,
like, I can't think about it. Yeah, 5 years? No, we're homeschooling this child.
As we should. 100%. No, correct.
Yikes.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm so freaking excited and ecstatic to be celebrating half a decade of Transplanar with all of you tonight. Telling these stories of queer love, trans creation, and expansive possibilities for the past 5 years has been an immense pleasure and a huge honor. And I truly cannot wait to see where Transplanar goes from here. Oh, I've got even more sappy gay things to say at the very end of the stream. But for now, let's get to it. So no matter if you are tuning in for the first or 100th or 5-yearth, half a decadeth time, we are Transplanar RPG, an all transgender, people of color led dark fantasy actual play channel telling stories set in an original, non-colonial, anti-orientalist multiverse. This means we stand against genocide and ethnic cleansing and support all oppressed peoples of this world struggling against injustice, imperialism, and colonization. We must use our voices to build solidarity and fight for the worlds that we wish to see. So to that end, free Sudan, free DRC, free Palestine, abolish ICE, and free all oppressed peoples of this world. Thank you all so much for showing up to support our story. If you're watching this right now,
Connie, could you please put your windscreen on? Because you're peaking wild style.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Yeah, alright, here we go.
Thank you.
I hope this gets better. It's gonna block half of my face until I adjust it, but that's fine. If you're watching this right now, you're here for a very special, never-before-seen Godkiller Worldbuilding playtest. But before we get into it, please allow me to introduce my fantabulous and lovely Godkillers for this evening, starting with Kai.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kai. I use he, they, and she pronouns, and I'm here to maybe kill a god? Or at least talk about killing gods. I'll bounce that on over to Sam.
Hello, it is me, God. No, I'm just kidding. I'm Sam Star. I use she, they, and the occasional they pronouns. Please do not allow me to have a further complex. I am also here to kill gods and to be tragic. As usual, I'm going to pass it on over to the dramaturg.
Hello, everyone. My name is C. I use they, them pronouns, and I, too, am here to kill gods, which I'm very excited about because I'm deeply, deeply abnormal about all of this. Always, every time, and also now and always, in case you missed that. And I'll pass it back over to you, boss.
It's a me, boss. Hopefully I'm not peeking as much. I think it's just because I was screaming like 2 inches away from the mic.
Yep, that's exactly,
that's exactly what it was. Yeah, so I've adjusted the mic a little bit more and I put a windscreen on. I'm a bit farther away from it. So, should be better, but let me know if it starts peaking again. Tonight, everyone, I'm going to be walking these fine folks through some developmental playtest rules from the full Godkiller game. While we won't be getting into any in-character play tonight, sadly, we will be testing some world building, session 0, and character creation mechanics lovingly prepared for this multiplayer Godkiller table. And who knows? Maybe we'll see this world again in the future.
I hope so, personally. In the meanwhile, this week, we also have the absolute pleasure of raising funds for Care for Gaza, an on-the-ground organization in Gaza that delivers urgently necessary aid to Palestinians currently surviving a genocide. We are looking to hit $1,500 donated during this stream, and we are on our way there, so use !donate in the Twitch chat to help us smash that goal and support a cause that is both urgent and necessary. If you're in the YouTube live, our donation link should be pinned to the top of chat, so you can always go there and use that to donate. We have some amazing incentives tonight as well, which I'll let Kai tell us about.
Well, as he was saying, we have some incredible incentives for this stream. Thanks to our sponsors at Evil Hat Productions, we're giving away 5 PDF copies of Apocalypse Keys, an incredible game by the one and only Ray Najati. Every donation of $10 or more will get you an entry into our giveaway. So if you donate $50 total, you get 5 tickets in our PDF raffle. Use !giveaway in chat to learn more.
Yay! 5. That's almost 1 PDF for every year of Transplanar.
The way I didn't actually even know that. You're so right.
Well, also, thank you so much for that pass, Kai. Our wonderful sponsors over at Evil Hat have also offered a $250 donation match for today's stream. This essentially doubles your donations for the first $250 raised tonight for Care for Gaza. Let's do this, Transplanners. That's a threat. Smash the goal right now. I'm gonna take some cues from Austin.
Is that you gonna run Austin?
Do it. Or something fucked up is gonna happen. And I mean it. What's going on, boss?
Fucked up things. Speaking of fucked up things, and also self-care tips for when fucked up things happen. Oh, thank you. I just work here, but I also work here a lot. So in the meanwhile, Godkiller, hey, is a holy punk system that deals with content that may be triggering to some viewers. Content warnings for this playtest and for the game materials themselves may include discussions of religion, divinity, faith, heresy, violence, war, apocalypse, death, monstrosity, romance, sex, blood, gore, cannibalism, drugs and alcohol, hallucinations, mind control, manipulation, death of loved ones, ghosts, poverty, famine, inequality and oppression, and body horror. Make sure that you're taking care of yourselves and do what you need to do, Transplanners.
Yes. If you're in the Twitch chat, you can use !CW at any time, because these are quite many content warnings. This is an intense and dramatic game. And if you're on the YouTube, our mods are very kindly copy and pasting a list of these content warnings in chat for you right now. Before we dive in, as the creator and developer of Godkiller, I would like to ask everyone watching to maintain your patience and consideration while we play through tonight's materials, and to please not screenshot, transcribe, or share anything presented in tonight's stream. I know that everyone has been waiting very eagerly for the release of the full game, and I promise that it is coming soon. But right now, these are in-flight mechanics and text that can and will change in the full game, and are not necessarily representative of the final version of this game. I am sharing this material with good faith, vulnerability, and trust that it will not be copied, used, or distributed against my wishes, whether in streamed games, home games in your own TTRPG systems or hacks, shared on social media, or otherwise. Please don't break that trust by using or sharing these playtest materials in any way, shape, or form. Very much appreciated. All right. With that out of the way, oh my goodness, let's begin. So how this is going to work, chat, is we're going to read through the book together, well, parts of the book, rather, and then when we have figured out just enough about how to play, we're going to hop right into session 0. Notably, this read-through does not include any mechanics of moves or the core resolution mechanics. This is just about world building and character creation. All right, let's begin. I weep for you. I weep for the violence the gods will inflict upon you, and the violence that you will inflict upon the gods. I weep for the person you used to be before you emerged in a sutra of fire and blood, smeared in the viscera of a life you could have led, your hopes ignited on a funeral pyre. I weep for your mortal heart, entangled in a body cursed with divine providence. I weep for your dreams. I weep for your home. I weep for your parents and the child they will lose. The cannibals are real, and your world worships them. They call them light and sound and water and breath, war and death and sex and drink, movement and flame, nature and destiny. Their names are endless as stars, infinite as the bottom of sorrow. Gods. They will seek to use you in their game. You must not let them. For you are not the vessel, the worshipper, the sin confessed in darkness. You are not the witch, the heathen, the sweeping winds of change. You are not the beast, the gore, the horror lurking in the weald. You are not the revenant, the fury, the locks of hair from lovers lost. You are not the prophet, the reckoning, the greatest divinity of all. You are not the dancer, the novelty, the pretty animal in its cage. You are not the saint, the lamb, the tinder set before the altar. You are one thing, and one thing only. You are the Godkiller, and the gods will taste your steel. So drink my tears, child, and wet your cheeks with my blood. I have been awaiting your arrival for 10,000 lifetimes. What's one more? The Cradle will know your deeds, your sins, your trophies, your epithets. Your arteries will run gold with the name of every god you'll kill. You will die, and your body will be interred in the parched banks of the dried-up river, and your enemies will weep, and I will weep, and you will finally rest. Epitaph of the Endless City, from Godkiller First Blood on Transplanar RPG.
That shit dragged me
Good every time.
immediately.
Good every time.
Damn. Every time.
Wait, I need a brief aside. Sam, is this your first time playing Godkiller?
It is indeed.
Yes! I thought it was! I'm so excited! Yay!
All right.
I'm chewing my microphone right now. I'm so excited. I was like running. I was like, I have to be here tonight. It's so important. It's so important to me.
Well, I'm so happy you're here, Sam. C, why don't you take away the introduction?
Oh, heard. Introduction. When the river sings, everyone listens. The heretics with their grease-stained swords and hearts unbroken by hope. The entropic sons of the barren tower and all their beautiful bestial children. The cubicle mortals of old Shanghai, swelling puerty and uppers. The nightmare gods beneath Inferno, teething on shattered psyches. The silicone gods of digital ecstasy. The gods, the mortals, the gods. But when the river sings, only one voice responds. It is soft and it is wicked. It is grieving and it is scarred. It is young and it is ancient. It is doubting, faithful, vicious, tempered, honest, lonely, tested, impatient, loving, loyal, vile, sudden, gracious, yearning, thunderous, timid, screaming, and it is yours, Godkiller. The voice is yours. Welcome to the Cradle, a conflicted realm of mortals and gods, fables and intrigues, power and choice. Within the Cradle exists a mythical figure, the Godkiller. They, you, are the only mortal in the realm capable of slaying a god. This power makes you more than mortal, but less than divine. Or is it more than divine, but less than mortal? You are both and neither, something within and without, a fatal contradiction. You exist beneath what is known and slumber beyond what can never be reached. You are a curiosity and a threat, a keeper of fate and a paragon of choice. But most of all, you are change. You will change the Cradle. So it has been sung, so it has been sung, so it shall be written. But how you change the Cradle and why and with whom, these are the true battlegrounds of destiny. So what, dear Godkiller, will your choices reveal about you? Which gods will you kill? Which gods will you spare? And more importantly, why? Baller. I just get excited. I'm just happy to be here.
I'm just excited.
Just happy to be here.
I'm going to pass it over to Kai. What is Godkiller, Kai?
Go. What is Godkiller? Godkiller is a holy punk role-playing and storytelling game for 2 players, the Godkiller and God. The Godkiller is the main character. They narrate their thoughts and actions, make choices that introduce drama, fearlessly pursue the gods, and confront the consequences that spring from their decisions. The Godkiller describes the world around them, offers ideas for what might happen next, and co-creates the world alongside their god. God, also known as the Game Master or GM, plays the other characters of the game, the gods, mortals, monsters, animals, and beasts of the realm. They present the Godkiller with difficult choices, embody the influences of divinity upon the world, and describe what the Godkiller sees, hears, smells, and tastes as they journey through the cradle. Although the Godkiller and God have different responsibilities, you are equal authors over the narrative that unfolds. Both of you will define what your world looks like and how it works, build off the other's ideas, and play to find out what happens next. Together, you will weave a violent, mythic, and transformative tale about a single mortal rising against the challenges and opportunities of the divine. Sam?
Core themes. This is not a game about killing gods. Yes, you will confront the divines, and yes, you may very well slay them, but this is not a game about killing gods. This is a game about the whys of killing gods. Why do you seek to kill the gods? And why is the choice always hard? This is a game about the revelations of power. You are the Godkiller, the only mortal in the world capable of slaying a god. Although your heart is mortal, your power rivals that of the divines. But power by itself does not corrupt, it reveals. It is both a tool and a mirror. Like a tool, power can be used to build new possibilities or destroy indiscriminately. Like a mirror, power can show its user their truest self. How will the Godkiller wield their power to change the world? And what will their choices reveal about themselves? This is a game about expansive portrayals of divinity and morality. Gods and mortals are varied as stars. Some seek earthly pleasures, others yearn to dominate or be dominated. Others still strive toward harmony, balance, and liberation, or a contradictory mixture of the conflicting desires. The cradle is an endless kaleidoscopic bloom, an infinite gradient of perspectives with no objective truth to restrict them. There is no right or wrong way for a god or a mortal to be. There is only what you choose to become and why you choose to become it. How will both of you continuously reach for complex, nuance, and expansive understandings of divinity and morality? Connie?
Okay, yeah, I'll take the next few sections because otherwise you're going to be talking for a while.
I was like, I didn't know where to cut it.
No, you're good, you're good. Feel free to just pass it along whenever it feels right.
Cool.
This is a game about building a world together worth fighting for. There will always be mortals who look out for each other, even as the apocalypse rages. Gods who plant seeds of possibility despite strife and despair. Those who wish and pray and help and hope, no matter how futile things become. The cradle isn't perfect, but it's home. And home is worth the effort of making it better. What beautiful and complicated people, places, and struggles will the Godkiller discover on their journey, and why are they worth fighting for? This is a game about serenading your partner. Although the Godkiller and God wield different responsibilities, you are equal participants in this game. Together, you will co-create a world teeming with divinity and mortality beyond anything either of you could have imagined alone. You will root for each other, set each other up for delightfully vicious payoffs, and indulge in a fervent mixture of planning and improvisation to craft a story from the play that spontaneously emerges. How will God serenade the Godkiller with ideas that delight, excite, and challenge them? And how will the Godkiller do the same? This is a game about discovering the Godkiller's fate as you play. The world is vast and the gods are hungry, and the Godkiller faces powerful forces beyond their control. The divines that seek to devour, seduce, protect, entreat, and dance with them. The mortals that seek the same. The broken river that sings and sings. And yet, only the Godkiller can truly determine their fate. Take control of the narrative together. Play to find out what will become of the Cradle, the gods, the Godkiller. Let the natural rhythm of play and the rules of this game help you shape the story that emerges. What outcomes will emerge when you embrace uncertainty, and how will you balance planning the story with spontaneously discovering?
As we continue, Connie, your mic sometimes sounds a little muffled.
Warbly.
A little.
I thought it was
warbly.
just me. I
No.
don't want to say
No.
anything. I was
Yeah.
waiting for the producer to, the
It sounds a little
all-seeing producer.
It might be because when it fell down, Connie's mic fell down the other day and got dented.
Yeah, my mic arm fell and it dented. Like half of my mic got dented.
no!
Maybe that's why.
What?
Yeah. Maybe that's why I sound warbly.
It's only sometimes.
Okay. Only sometimes? Alright.
Mhm.
Might be a dented thing. Let me change my input and tell me how it sounds.
Okay. Do some
Testing.
live testing.
I'll just live testing. This is a new input now. Let's see if it still sounds horribly.
That sounds terrible.
You sound like
To
you're
be
in
honest.
C's room.
Sounds
Yeah,
sounds
like
awful.
you're yelling from the next room.
Yeah.
What the hell? Okay.
Yeah, that sounds bad.
Alright, I have one last fix I can do.
Okay.
Input mode, voice activity, do not automatically determine input sensitivity. Yeah.
Are you being
Echo,
censored?
echo cancellation
by
is
your
on.
Oh, don't do
So
that.
I turned that off. Automatic gain control, I turned that off.
You sound
Okay,
better now.
is this better? Do I sound
do
better?
sound better
Testing,
now.
testing.
You do sound
Okay,
better
yeah,
now.
I had echo cancellation on. Maybe that was why.
Oh,
All right.
Fascinating. As an aside, Connie, I really do enjoy this core themes intro with the
Mhm.
guiding questions at the end of each.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
fucks.
Aw, well,
Same,
thank you.
yeah. Good thesis.
Thank you. See, I know you're technically next, but this next section talks about being Chinese, so maybe I
Yep. Go
I
ahead.
can't read it.
Hit it.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay. The Godkilling Manifesto. All games are political. Not because all games intentionally transmit political messages, but because all games are created within a specific socio-political context and thus can be engaged with using various critical lenses. This game, however, does also transmit a specific and intentional political message, and that message is as follows. Godkiller is written by a transgender, diasporic Chinese person invested in non-colonial, anti-Orientalist liberational storytelling and world building. This game stands against genocide and ethnic cleansing and supports all oppressed peoples of the world struggling against injustice, imperialism, and colonization. We must use our words and voices to build solidarity and fight for the worlds we wish to see. Free Sudan, free DRC, free Lebanon, free Tigray, free Haiti, free Hawaii, free Yemen, free Armenia, from the river to the sea, free Palestine, free all oppressed peoples of this world. Abolish ICE, abolish the police, reparations now to Black Americans and Haitians, land back now to indigenous communities everywhere. None of us are free until all of us are free. None of us can do everything, but all of us must do something. Defining holy punk. Holy punk, noun, a genre of yes.
We hit our goal.
What? Wait! That's not even with the 250 from
Good timing.
Evil Hat. Hey!
Oh my god.
Hey.
Okay, so we definitely have the match up too. So whatever is on the screen, just imagine there's $250 more, because I need to take time to edit that. Oh
I
my
can do it.
goodness. Yeah, thank you, C.
As you keep reading.
Oh my god, Killer.
Again.
Thank you all so much.
$1,800 right now, and I'm not
Oh my
kidding.
god. The
Listen.
voice of Austin just crawls through the screen.
It just
We're jumping up to 1.75. I don't see why we can't hit
shit.
2K tonight. I'm
actually,
just
matter
saying.
of fact, I'm fixing that 2K right now, and I'm not kidding.
Yeah, because
Do
with the
it.
250, that's 1.75.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
why
that's
not?
so doable.
Right now.
That's another 250.
2K.
That's so doable.
Yeah.
So doable.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Thank you all so much, Transplanters. Y'all are amazing. Ah! All right. Defining holy punk. Holy punk, noun. A genre of fantasy that explores questions of mortality, divinity, and devotion within a revolutionary or liberational framework. The process of doing so critiques hegemony and breaks open possibilities for radical change. Liberational storytelling, noun. An expansive way of seeing that decenters hegemonic modes of speculative world building and enables storytellers to imagine worlds that honor the radical complexities and hopeful possibilities in our land, our communities, and ourselves. See, I know you're busy adjusting things, so I can just finish out the final last section as well. Godkillers. The multiplayer variant of Godkiller is called Godkillers. In this version of the game, the soul of the Godkiller is split across multiple characters. Each member of this god-killing cohort, referred to as a Slew, is a discrete shard of shattered divinity. Alone, you are unwhole and vulnerable. Together, you are unstoppable. In Godkillers, the core flow of play stays the same. The Godkillers still portray their individual characters, trigger mechanics, and interact with the rules as established. The Game Master still embodies the world, plans adventures, and adjudicates outcomes. There are a few key differences in the character creation and world building process, but those sections will address any relevant changes as they arise. Otherwise, the rules remain the same. Okay, my beautiful Slew.
A slew! We're the
Hell
slew.
yeah.
I was thinking,
God
what do you call a group of god killers? A cohort, a
That
retinue,
rocks.
a band? A slew, baby, a slew.
That rocks.
Is it time to get into the cradle?
It is.
think it
Take it
is.
away, see?
The Cradle. An apocalyptic wasteland with high-octane marauders tithing to a cannibalistic god of oil. A digital grid where ghostly divines whisper to battle-burnt mech pilots about a time before latex rapture. A never-ending forest, tread by chthonic deities fleeing the ghosts of mortal lovers from a past life. Ghosts that now hunt the divines that abandoned them. Welcome to the Cradle, the world of your game. You will create your Cradle during Session 0, a pre-game discussion to establish expectations, make characters, and set up the story. No two Cradles are exactly alike. Your setting will be wholly original, filled with powerful gods, complicated mortals, strange creatures, and inexplicable mysteries of your own creation. You will craft interconnected political conflicts and magical intrigues, setting the stage to support dozens of sessions to come. Anchoring you through this exhilarating process are the official themes of the game: the revelations of choice, the expansiveness of divinity and mortality, building a world together worth fighting for, serenading your partner, and discovering the Godkiller's fate as you play. Your Cradle will be delicious. Your Cradle will be vicious, unique, and devastating. Your gods will be beautiful and terrible. Your mortals ambitious and unforgettable. You will weave heartbreaking tales of triumph, tragedy, fate, and choice. The process of creating this world requires time and devotion, but the end result is worth it. The only limit is your imagination. Kai?
The river. An invisible current that encircles the world. An endless boundary between life and death manifesting as a luminous plume of stars. Cyberspace itself, a speculative internet given form, glimpsed only by biohackers who risk losing their hearts and souls to rapacious torrents of code. The Cradle is a magical world, and the manifestation of this magic is called the river. The river is imbued with divinity and shattered beyond repair. Aside from these key truths, the details of the river are up to you. What magic looks like, how it functions, where it came from, its relationship to divinity, what it means to be shattered. All of these questions are yours to figure out. You will hammer out the details together during session 0. Sam, why don't you tell us about the gods?
Oh, before we do that, might I point our attention to the overlay in which we've hit $2,100 in like a single paragraph? I'm not sure how it happened, but holy fuck.
Wow.
Oh my god, a
Transplanar
massive
25.
thank you to all of you. Jesus!
2,500 right
Huge.
In this house, we want Apocalypse keys!
We do! Oh my goodness. See, did you add
Thank you.
manually
I
add
did.
shit already?
Yeah.
now. Y'all are
I did.
Oh
awesome.
my
Y'all are
God.
great.
That's
25.
amazing.
Holy
Let's
amazing.
go!
Y'all are great.
For the heretics!
Run it up.
Yes! Yes!
Oh my god.
Oh my god. All right, Sam, take it away.
The gods. A god of light who wears the sun on her throat and commands 1,000 armies. A weeping divine that lives behind a forgotten dream. Zer's siren song heard only by those entombed in grief. A desperate and rapacious god of capital that hoards and hoards, seeking ever deeper fathoms of ever greater wealth to satiate his endless hunger. The gods of the Cradle are nuanced and mercutial, contradictory and complicated. Some deities are vicious, others are kind. Still, others are capricious, selfish, noble, sadistic, and morose. There is no one way to be a god, just as there is no one way to be immortal. That said, the divines do hold a few things in common. Each god possesses a domain, a hunger, a power, a heart, and a downfall. Domain? A god's domain is the sphere of influence that they command. Their domain could be tangible and literal, like a slice of territory guarded by ardent worshippers, wholly metaphysical, like the concept of time, or both. The most powerful gods control abstract and material domains, such as a goddess of rot who lives beneath a crimson swamp and brings all things to their inevitable decay. Hunger, a god's hunger, is a craving that they must satiate to survive, just as a mortal must drink water and eat food. A god might consume tangible goods like blood or gold or oil, forms of energy like lightning or heat or gravity, or concepts like beauty or suffering or delusion. A god will perish if they do not satisfy their hunger, so they will take great pains to procure a steady and reliable supply. A god's power is a manifestation of their magic, which they can wield however they wish. For instance, a god whose power is siphoning can drain energy from mortal worshippers, deduce how much time someone has left on their lifespan, or even transfer their consciousness between vessels. The gods are not bound by finite restrictions or their might. A god's heart is the truest version of their divinity. It is a person, place, object, or concept that they embody to their very core. A god of warmth might traverse the cradle as a handsome woman with golden hair and the skin of blackest ink, but their heart is the literal sun in the sky. A parhelion of incandescent flame, or the very notion of heat itself. A god's downfall is their greatest weakness, and the one thing that can actually hurt them. Just like their domain and hunger, a god's downfall can be tangible, i.e. a silvered blade, or metaphysical, such as the forgiveness of someone they've wronged. Gods go to great lengths to protect the knowledge of their downfall. Wars have been waged for less. To kill or spare a god, the god killer must confront their heart and exploit their downfall.
I love it here. Oh, I love it here.
Yeah, this fucking eats, Connie.
I thank you.
So good.
All right. The God Killer. A vengeful godkiller drenched in divine blood. A charming godkiller with a beauty so terrible he can ignite armies to war. A hopeful godkiller who sings of futurities just beyond the cradle's grasp, entrancing the downtrodden and infuriating the enforcers of hierarchies both mortal and divine. As the godkiller, you are the only mortal in the cradle with the ability to slay the divines. Try as you might to avoid the affairs of divinity, fate will always find you, and your reluctance will be punished. You are not afforded the luxuries of mundanity. Even if your arrival is a mistake or some wanton twist of providence, you must carve legend into being. You are the liminal space beyond choice and destiny, death and life, divinity and mortality. You never asked for this, but neither did anyone else. The godkiller is defined by their divinity, mortality, epithets, powers, and strain. Furthermore, during Session 0, you'll pick an origin and forge covenants with various mortals and gods. See, do you want to talk about divinity?
You bet I do. Divinity. Your divinity is the holy magic that defines you as the godkiller. It distinguishes you from other mortals and brings you closer to the gods that you'll kill, or spare. You can harness your divinity to accomplish incredible feats, commune with the river, and bend the world to your will. During Session 0, you'll determine what your divinity looks like and establish the scope of feats that are readily within your grasp. You can push your divine limits to temporarily reach beyond this scope, but you'll risk overtaxing yourself or hurting the people around you. To represent your godhood, you have a divine track with 5 boxes. When a rule tells you to gain divinity, mark a box. When you mark your 5th box, you can unleash your divinity to accomplish a single brilliant feat. This feat is not beholden to the same risks as pushing your divine limits, but it does come at a cost. After you unleash your divinity, you must clear your divine track. That's new, isn't it?
Yes, that is new.
Kai?
Mortality. Your mortality is your connection to your humanity, the fallible body, mind, or soul that binds you to the cradle and brings you closer to the people around you. Your mortality enables you to connect with others, understand clashing viewpoints, and dream of a better world for all. During Session 0, you'll determine what your mortality looks like in the form of your ego, i.e., the way you present yourself to the world. To represent your humanity, you have a mortal track with 5 boxes. When a rule tells you to gain mortality, mark a box. When you mark your 5th box, you can embrace your mortality and compel anyone, mortal or divine, to open their heart to you. After you do this, you must clear your mortal track. Sam, why don't you tell us about those epithets?
Oh, this is fun.
Epithets! Sorry, I'm so excited.
I love that's actually the most precious thing in the world. Your epithets are the titles that you carry and the reputations that follow you. They represent how the cradle perceives you and how you perceive yourself. An epithet is a good or neutral thing, a moniker of power, acclaim, or ambition. Once per session, you can invoke an epithet to change the outcome of a roll from failure to a success. During Session 0, you'll claim an epithet for yourself based on the triumphs or highlights of your godkiller's backstory. As you play the game, you'll claim more epithets by resolving prayers or making choices that lead you to obtaining a new title. For instance, a grateful village might grant you a heroic epithet for saving them. You can also claim an epithet when a rule tells you to do so. There are also cursed epithets. A cursed epithet is a fearsome, degrading, or negative title that captures the worst parts of who you are or how others perceive you. Once per session, the GM can invoke a cursed epithet to change the outcome of a roll from a success to a failure. The GM cannot do this with a regular epithet. During Session 0, the GM will bestow a cursed epithet upon you based on the rituals and tribulations of your backstory. As you play the game, you'll receive more cursed epithets when rolling poorly on certain moves or making choices that spite rivals, create enemies, or harm the river. For instance, a spurned lover might bestow a cursed epithet upon you for breaking their heart. To remove an epithet, cursed or not, you must change how the Cradle at large perceives you and how you perceive yourself. This will take the consistent and dedicated time over the course of multiple sessions. Removing an epithet is a long-term project that emerges naturally from the flow of play, so make sure your choices wisely. Your epithets will bind you for some time. Boss?
Powers. Powers are divine abilities that you can steal, seize, or receive from the gods as a willing gift. Unlike your divinity, the powers you command are not innate to you. They come from a godly source beyond you, such as a deity, a holy weapon or object, a font of divine magic, or even the river itself. You gain powers by killing or sparing a god, communing with the river, or making choices in the game that lead you to obtaining a divine ability. For instance, you could steal a holy sword, help a god, or siphon a piece of the river from a mage's innermost sanctum. When you acquire a power, the GM will tell you the scope of divine feats readily within your grasp. If you seek to accomplish something beyond this scope, you must exploit borrowed power or manifest a miracle. All right, C, why don't you tell us about the thing that your god killers always get?
You know pretty intimately.
I'm familiar with this concept.
Yeah.
Strain. I forced Connie to put it back in the game. Strain represents the physical, emotional, and spiritual toll of your journey. You have 5 strain boxes. When a rule tells you to suffer strain, the GM will determine the final amount. Mark the corresponding number of boxes. The more strain you have, the more volatile, exhausted, or broken you are. At 0 strain, your mind is focused and your body rested. You are prepared to tackle any obstacle that might come your way. At 1 or 2 strain, you've taken a few blows, but the wounds aren't serious. Some good rest and aid will fix you. At 3 strain, you are gravely injured. Your mind may be compromised and your senses addled. Without timely intervention, you will be in dire trouble. At 4
Sorry, these are our draft rules, so if there are some typos here or there.
At 4 strain, you are actively dying. Your divinity is the only reason you haven't succumbed yet. It is a miracle that you are still conscious, though lucidity is another matter entirely. When you mark your 5th strain, you must face death. You can clear strain by connecting with someone, praying for guidance, or by making choices in the game that lead you toward rest or recuperation based on the harm you've suffered. For instance, if you've taken a bullet to the gut, digging it out and sewing it up will heal the corresponding strain. If you are heartbroken, confiding in a friend will alleviate the burden. All strain is automatically cleared during downtime, a period of reflection and rejuvenation between prayers. Interesting new rules. It's almost like you expanded upon all the concepts that you had before in the full version.
It's almost like it's a full game now.
Strange.
Interesting how that works, huh?
Yeah. Kai, you want to take origins?
Let's go. Your origin is the foundation of your character. It determines the person you used to be, the motivations that drive you, and the innate power or unfortunate incident that rebirths you as the Godkiller. During Session 0, you'll choose an origin. Each origin explores different themes, so consider your options carefully and pick one that resonates most strongly with the story you want to tell. For instance, the wronged struggles between vengeance and peace, while the trophy explores what it means to be caged. Your origin determines the shape of your divinity, fleshes out your backstory, expands on your goals, and establishes your character's key relationships. It is the blueprint of where you came from, but it does not determine where you'll go or who you'll become. Only you can seize your own destiny. The base game comes with 13 origins.
Can we each read
The
them one by
cultivate-
one?
Yeah,
Together?
let's do it.
I'm so
I think it'd
fucking
be so
feral.
cute if we did.
Yeah, okay.
Can we read
let's
them
do it.
together?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's go. I will start, and then we'll just go. The cultivator. You seek to attain godhood, but have become the god killer instead.
The devout. You dedicate your entire life to a god, yet harbor secret heretical powers within.
Hi, Lumira.
I was like, Yikes, this is really funny. This is the one that I specifically start reading. Yep.
That's so funny to me. I was like,
It's-
oh, that's so juicy.
You should honestly change it to just Lumira. It should say
Lumira.
the Lumira.
The Lumira.
The Lumira.
The fallen. You were once a god, but fell from grace. Still, a spark of your divinity remains.
The Godling. You are the child of a mortal and a god, the tragic fruit of a doomed union.
The heretic. You are a rebel and revolutionary who seizes god-killing powers to create change.
The lamb. You were raised to be eaten by a god, but a strange hunger gnaws at you from within.
The mistake. Someone else was supposed to be the god killer, not you. Yet here you are.
The monster. You are a beast, a villain, a nightmare most foul, even the gods tremble before you.
The nobody. You're nothing remarkable, save for the god-killing powers that lurk within you.
The trophy. You are the prized possession of a god, but your innate powers scream for freedom.
The vessel. A god made you to slay another, and you have no purpose beyond this violence. Right?
The wronged. The divines took everything from you, so you'll take everything from them.
The end. You are the end of the cradle, the doom of doom, the death of death.
So Zynon's the wronged, right? It's not just me. It's not just me. Zynon's wrong. Okay, cool. Got it.
It's fine and normal.
Oh, this works so hard.
So good. I just read the end. I can do covenants.
Great, sounds good.
A covenant describes a key relationship that binds you at the start of your journey. This relationship can be a single person or group of people, i.e., a mortal, god, or sect. A covenant tethers you to the cradle, giving you people to care about, causes to root for, and places to call home. During Session 0, you'll forge up to 5 covenants with the most important characters and
Sorry, that is
factions
not
from
true
your
anymore. It's 3.
The-
The answer is
up to 3 up to 3
No, of course,
covenants.
3. 3 exactly.
You'll forge 3 covenants with the most important characters and factions from your backstory. Each type of covenant contains a question that deepens your bond, a boon that grants an ability, resource, or special feature as a result of your relationship, and a bane that inflicts a related trauma, hindrance, or wound. Boons and banes apply for entire game, or until the covenant breaks. Each covenant can be broken in a unique way. When you fulfill the break condition, the bond between you shatters into something new and undefined. Strike the covenant from your character sheet. The boon and bane no longer apply. For good and ill, you are liberated from their influence, and they from yours. After breaking a covenant, both of you are free to redefine your relationship on your own terms, if you wish to have a relationship at all. Breaking a covenant is a long-term project that takes multiple sessions to realize. Choose your covenants wisely. You will be bound to them for some time. As you journey across the cradle, other people, places, and factions will no doubt leave their mark on you, but those relationships are always defined on their own terms. Only the starting bonds you create during Session 0 necessitate a covenant. The base game contains 10 covenants. Let's go. Covenant of Debt. You owe them everything and are honor-bound to follow their request.
Covenant of Desire. You yearn for them so deeply it's almost shameful.
Covenant of Destiny. Fate binds you together. This covenant is assigned by your origin.
Covenant of Devotion. You follow them lovingly, willingly, and completely.
Covenant of Fear. You are terrified by them, and the trauma they've inflicted on you lingers.
Covenant of Grief. You mourn them and carry their memory with you always.
Covenant of Hatred. You loathe them and it's fucking personal.
Covenant of Legacy. You walk in their shadow and are constantly compared to them. So you're...
Rough. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking of chaos
from a long distance.
Not us mapping out our chaos characters and Godkiller. Like, this is...
There's nothing better.
Basically, whatever system I read, I'm like, okay, so how do I build Zion in this system? So
it's not just me. Okay. I was like, okay, so how do I build Lumi here? All right, got it.
Correct.
Covenant of Devotion, Covenant of Grief.
Yeah.
Covenant of Tutelage. That's Lumi, in my opinion.
Oh,
damn. Red on main on TV. Oops.
I thought we were friends, Connie. God damn.
This is how I treat my friends.
Speaking of Zynanesh, Covenant of Love. They're your truest friend, and you are theirs. You know each other deeply.
Covenant of Tutelage. You study beneath them and enact their lessons in everything you do. Speaking of, let's get on to mortals. A mech pilot who dreams of a galaxy beyond godly wars. A heretical miner organizing their crew to strike against divinely appointed coal barons. Southern slipped out, my bad. Oops. A royal lineage of princesses that represents their serpent's god's interest upon the throne and bears his divine mark on their bodies in the form of glistening scales. The mortals of the Cradle are just like the gods they struggle against, tremble beneath, worship with passion, and embrace as equals. Complicated. Some mortals are loving devotees who yoke themselves to divinity, proving their faith through worship. Others are opportunistic marauders, grim merchants of death, or heretics that live on the margins of society, spreading beautiful and terrible ideas about the nature of divinity itself. Mortals can be cruel and sadistic, resilient and kind, dynamic and contradictory. There are an infinite array of mortalities, just as there are an infinite array of divinities. But, unlike the gods, mortals are not driven by hunger or doomed by downfall. Mortals possess the uniquely human power to choose who they are and what they become. This is both a blessing and a curse. After all, when you decide your own destiny, you have no one else to blame but yourself if things go wrong.
All
Ouch,
right.
Connie. Jesus.
Ooh. That was the Cradle.
Arc 4. I mean, what?
Ooh.
Huh?
I mean...
Am I not safe here?
I could have sworn it was a safe space. I thought we was coming here to have a good time, and now I'm personally being attacked. I think me and Kai are being personally attacked right now.
I'm having
you
a
all
great
are
time.
witness to this in the chat.
I'm having
everyone.
a lovely time. This is excellent.
You see us getting tortured in real time, right? You guys see it? All right.
This is so fun for me. All right. Let's move on to the journey. Canon. A tome of forbidden histories carved in blood. A rotting stela at the bottom of the ocean that glows with runic symbols. A lithium dream in the inky recesses of an android's mind, humming with melodies from a long-forgotten age that hasn't happened yet. As you journey through the Cradle, you'll need a dedicated place to organize your notes, record your ideas, and recall information. Enter your canon. Your canon is the master document that contains everything you come up with for your world. Game notes, character backstories, the histories of your setting, and more. It is the ultimate source of truth about your Cradle and a living record of your shared story. But more than that, your canon is a crucial game tool. While playing Godkiller, you will regularly invent new details about the world, complicate existing truths, and strive toward nuance. This process naturally emerges as you activate mechanics, roleplay with other characters, and so forth. Your canon enables you to track the collaboratively devised lore of your world, supporting and inspiring you to weave an epic tale about the challenges of divinity. Over time, your canon will become richer, lengthier, and more complex. Your canon is organized into 4 major sections. The table. Play expectations, safety notes, and the shared values of all players. The Cradle. World lore, intrigues, and notes about the mortals and gods of your realm. The Journey. Freeform session notes, character ideas, and theories about your game. And References. A place to store character sheets, prayer slips, and other play resources. You can access a virtual template for your canon by visiting bit.ly/godkillerplaykit. That's not ready yet. And please don't steal that bit.ly link, because I'm gonna need it for this game. It's not ready yet. For a physical template, you can visit Appendix 1, Godkilling Tools, on page XX, because I haven't figured that out yet. The role of the scribe. You want to take this seat?
Yeah, as the person this was literally written for, because I'm normal about lore. The role of the scribe.
Deeply.
The person in charge of the canon is the scribe. The scribe has 3 main duties: to create and organize the canon during session 0, to update the canon over the course of the game, and to assist the game master by maintaining a repository of knowledge about the story and setting. Create and organize the canon. During session 0, the scribe creates the canon. They record these pre-game discussions into the physical or virtual template provided by the game, thus laying out the foundation of your shared campaign notes. Update the canon. During play, the scribe focuses on the game. They can take brief notes to retain key information. Operative word, brief. The scribe is first and foremost a participant in the game, so their top priority is to focus on the session itself. After the session, the scribe updates the canon by adding new information, fleshing out existing details, and collating session notes. Assisting the game master. A well-maintained canon is crucial to the game master to carry out their duties. As the person running the game, the GM embodies the mysteries of your realm, portrays the mortals and gods of your cradle, and prepares interesting situations for the Godkiller to explore. To accomplish these things, the GM needs open access to a reliably updated canon, which is the purview of the scribe. This is, as a brief aside, I do enjoy how
these are definitely the notes.
I do enjoy how this balances like the idea of prep and like that it's not just the GM's job to be in charge of prepping.
Yeah,
this is about balance.
Created the concept of a canon.
I think it's very adorable.
Yeah, I created the concept of a canon after a lot of playtesting and being like, damn, this game requires you to write a ton of shit. And it's like, well, who's writing it? Yeah, and I feel like a good game should equip you with the proper tools in order to run it and play it, which includes like, how are you going to structure your campaign notes? Are you going to like keep track of your game notes, right? So this is my way of trying to do that. And also it's a way of formalizing like a dramaturg.
I was just about to say, like, that was exactly what I was getting ready to say. I was like, I love how, like, going through this, you can definitely see, like, the bits and pieces of, like, those love notes to see that Connie was putting in this game. Because I was like, oh, yeah, this making the scribe an important part of the game, very C-coded.
Very written for me in theme and also in execution. Can I tell you both something rather revealing about myself and by extension the entire Twitch chat also? Which is, when I was a kid, I loved and still love Warrior Cats. When I was a kid, the way that I would play a lot of the times is I would write out my own like OC Warrior Cat clans, describe them, give them all names, give them all backstories, give them all histories. I would draw them, I would cut them out on little pieces of paper. After I drew them. And that would be it. That would be the extent of play for me, is I would basically do this.
World building?
I would do character gen and world building, and I would be done. that was like
Because he didn't have a GM.
I didn't have a
You needed
GM.
a Connie.
I needed a Connie.
You should have
Boy,
met
that
when we were
tells-
kids because I was so fucking bossy.
That's really gay.
Yeah.
I'm like shaking hands with C. I was like, that's definitely me. Like I'm making full stories behind like stuff that I love or like media that I love and building that out with my dolls and
Yep.
It's
all
the,
other types
the
of-
tism.
Yeah. It definitely
it's
is.
definitely the tism. It's the
I'm like,
tism.
well, I put them in a line and I've played, so good job me.
This is play.
This is playing.
They're also in rainbow
It is
order
playing.
and
Yeah.
organized by
Yeah.
size.
Yep. Correct. It's also same.
All right. Kai, do you want to tell us how
Yeah.
to choose a scribe?
Yeah.
And then we get to choose a scribe.
Yeah. Choosing a scribe. Anyone can be the scribe. The game master, a player, or multiple participants. The role is best suited for a diligent and enthusiastic note-taker who enjoys organizing information, writing lore, and theorizing about the world of their game. If this sounds like you, consider volunteering for the position. If multiple people volunteer, choose one person or decide how you will share the duties among yourselves. A good way to split the role is by section. For instance, one scribe can be in charge of updating the world and character lore, while another collects session notes from the players and collates them into the canon. If no one volunteers to be the scribe, the role defaults to the game master. Be better. The scribe can learn more about their duties in chapter blah, 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 on page blah, blah, blah.
I'm
How
adding
do we
this,
pray?
the,
Let's go.
the frown emoji. Wait, who wants to be the scribe?
I think we know
Multiple
who
people?
wants to be the
I
scribe.
mean,
I think we could all
I
be the
never want to
scribe,
step
though.
on the toes of C. Thomas.
No,
I
I
am
invite you
also
in.
a note taker. I am
There could be multiple
I am a
scribes.
note fiend. Yeah.
My attention span is
No, you're
so
That's
yeah.
fine. I don't want to be the scribe.
Listen.
I don't want to be the scribe.
To
Kyle,
do this,
I'm
I
lifting
had
up
to
to you to
close
shake your hand.
my like 60 pages of world building doc notes
That's
for my
true.
home
You were
game.
literally
So
saying that.
Oh my god,
I'm
you were
ready.
saying, okay, so C and Kai, okay, lovely, excellent. Sam and you and I will be vibing.
Yeah,
You and I will
yeah.
be vibing. Okay, lovely, perfect, that's all we need. All right, Sam, talk to us about
All right.
prayers.
Prayer. A banished knight seeking redemption from the queen that exiled her. A desperate god plunging fair worshippers into an endless slumbers to shield them from pain. A hidden syndicate of hackers seeking knowledge and power to rewrite the fundamental codes of divinity itself. The peoples of the Cradle are varied and diverse, but each of them holds one thing in common: a prayer. A prayer is a hope, a wish, or dream that a god or mortal enacts upon the Cradle. Anyone from a humble peasant to a venture capitalist richer than God can harbor a prayer in their heart. Thought I had to sneeze and it didn't come out. Fuck!
No!
These supplicants shape the world around them and drive the game forward and draw the Godkiller into their machinations. There are two types of prayer: main prayers and side prayers. The main prayer is a central focus of your game. For instance, if the Godkiller is a magical detective, then your main prayer concerns the divine murder that they're investigating. A main prayer is the A-plot of your story, the primary narrative that you're exploring at any given time. There is no game without it. Screenwriting all throughout here. I was like, my God, I'm
You
in
saw A-plot and you went,
I know
A-plot.
I know who you are.
I know, I wanted to explain it without TV jargon first, but then I was like, I can't resist. I was like, I can't resist.
You're
It's
also
actually
right.
perfect. A main prayer is the A-plot of your story, the primary narrative that you're exploring at any given time. There is no game without it. A side prayer is a related conflict that runs parallel to the main prayer. Building off the detective example, a side prayer could follow a romantic interest, a heretical's faction's ascent to power, or any number of self-contained stories. The side prayers are the B, C, and D plots of your game. While the Godkiller only interacts with one main prayer at a time, they can explore any number of side prayers. Boss?
All right. Creating a main prayer. During session 0, the GM and the Godkiller create their first main prayer together by filling out a prayer slip. This prayer jumpstarts the game, thrusts the Godkiller into action, and sets the stage for immediate drama. A prayer slip is a narrative tool that fleshes out the key characters, intrigues, and themes of your upcoming adventure. It equips the GM with ideas for where the story might go and helps them set up an open-ended scenario with many possible solutions. As for the Godkiller, a prayer slip gives them reasons to care about the story and roots them in the emotional heart of the narrative. A prayer slip creates the conditions for an exciting adventure, but it does not prescribe an ending or even the best path forward. You will discover how the prayer unfolds and how it ends by activating mechanics, building out your canon, and playing the game. A prayer slip helps you build a boat and sketches out the body of water that you're in, but where you go and how you get there is up to you. Stay true to the vicious demands of the game, and you'll make something tragic and beautiful. To flesh out a prayer slip, the GM and the Godkiller answer a series of prompts together. The scribe records these answers directly onto the prayer slip, then attaches the finished slip to the canon for future reference. A prayer slip is comprised of 5 sections, each with their own prompts. Call to prayer. Creates the supplicant of the prayer, what they want, and why they want it. Pacing the void. Forges a deeper and more complex bond between supplicant and Godkiller. Confrontation. Supplies ideas for the supplicant's heart and downfall, but you must play to find out. Death. Furnishes key obstacles, reputations, and adversaries that the Godkiller must overcome. Rebirth. Crafts a fun plot hook for the prayer and sets the stage for the game to begin. Stuff here about templates and tools and pages and stuff. Very quickly, creating a side prayer, because it's so small. As the main prayer unfolds, the GM populates the adventure with side prayers from various supplicants. These are the related conflicts, side stories, and contained intrigues that complicate the Godkiller's journey and deepen the emergent themes of the main prayer. The GM can learn how to create and facilitate side prayers in chapter XXXXX on page XX.
Yippee! And now we're at the final mini section. Core play loop. Yeah. Each game of Godkiller follows different supplicants and explores different prayers. One Godkiller might embark on a grand quest to slay the corrupted machine god at the glitching heart of the multiverse, while another might unravel the dark conspiracies of the divine cabal that controls a neon-drenched city. What unites all games of Godkiller isn't genre, but its fundamental themes of mortality and divinity, as well as its core play loop. This is the repeating cycle of player actions and GM consequences that generates conflict, deepens your shared understanding of the world, and puts the wheel of story in motion. The core play loop of Godkiller is powered by prayers. The GM and the Godkiller create a main prayer together, explore side prayers, resolve the main prayers, participate in downtime, then rinse and repeat. This organic cycle is expressed through free-flowing conversation, known as free play, the conversation that naturally emerges when you explore, discover, and co-create. The core play loop is comprised of 5 stages, which mirror the structure of the prayer slip, which we already talked about. And there's a little graphic of it.
Do you want to read out each section?
Yeah, I'll start. 1. Call to prayer. The GM and the Godkiller create a major prayer together by filling out a prayer slip. Kai?
2. Pacing the void. The GM enacts the supplicant's plans and introduces side prayers. The Godkiller gathers information, makes choices that heighten drama, and reacts to the GM. Sam?
3. Confrontation. The GM brings the drama to a boiling point. The Godkiller confronts and resolves the central tension of the main prayer. Boss?
4. Death. The GM establishes immediate consequences. The Godkiller grapples with the fallout, ties up loose ends, and resolves the lingering side prayers.
5. Rebirth. The Godkiller participates in downtime, and the GM establishes long-term consequences.
And that's how the cycle of play goes.
Yay! That's
Yay!
how play game!
Yeah.
That's how
Love
play
play
game.
cycle.
That's
We
how
play
Connie, this
Game.
rocks.
Yeah.
This rocks
Thank you.
wild
Thank you.
style.
the new
obviously,
mechanics.
Thank you. Obviously, we're missing moves, which are huge, and I have a ton
Yeah.
of new moves. They're all punched up. They're all vicious as hell. But this is the
Maybe
new
next time.
foundation.
Playing this
yeah,
song
maybe
in the
next time.
background
Next
is
time.
violent.
Yeah, you're making me wistful and sad.
I'm
A
trying
good
not.
thing to move into our next section, but maybe first it's a good time to take a break,
Take a break. Yeah.
and then we'll come
Yeah.
back and
Oh
we'll start
my
session
goodness.
0.
We will. Oh my
Woo!
goodness. Yeah, now that all
Woo!
that fundamental stuff is out of the way. Woo! Thank you all so much so far for tuning in. We're going to be back in about 10 minutes or so. Thank you to everyone who's donated so far. We are at $2,219.06. Hell
I said
yes.
25. Let's go.
Can we get to 25?
Let's go.
Can we get to 25 by the end of the
Let's
stream?
go.
That would be amazing. That would be freaking amazing, everyone. Oh my
Thank
goodness.
you so much. Y'all are the best, and it's so
Truly.
Yeah, this
such
is
a
guys
good
are
amazing.
cause.
incredible. Yeah. All right. We'll see you in about 10. Thank you to everyone who's donated so far. And good luck on the giveaway, which we're going to draw at the end of the stream. And Pisho for 10. Oh my goodness. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the back half of our Godkiller multiplayer world building playtest stream. Coming back on incredible news, we've blasted past our $2,500 goal. What the
We
hell?
did right. We did right.
Oh my goodness.
We did right.
That is huge.
I
You all are
love, and they say
incredible.
threatening doesn't work. You don't get desired results from threatening. Seems like it's
That's
worked
right.
every time.
Oh my goodness. And all of you have been doing like your own incentives in chat. I love that. Oh my god, chat. Transplaners, you all are incredible. It's literally making me cry from how kind you all are, how generous you all are. Oh my goodness. Just as a reminder, of course, this week we are raising money for Care for Gaza, which is an on-the-ground organization in Gaza delivering urgently necessary aid right now to Palestinians surviving a genocide. So any and all that you can spare for this cause is extremely helpful and will produce tangible help for everyone in Gaza right now. So yeah, again, just use exclamation point to donate in the Twitch chat to donate, and that link should be pinned in the YouTube live. I mean, at this point, we've blasted past our goal, so anything beyond 2,500 is like a victory lap. Is a victory lap. I know we can hit 2,600. We are $8 away. We are $8 away from 2,600. I know we can hit it. I know we can hit it by the time we're done with these break announcements. Come on. The magic number.
And
Magic
if you do
number
10,
The holy divine eight.
you get a apocalypse keys.
You get an entry. Yeah, just
get an entry.
increase that by another $2, and you get an entry to the giveaway. All right.
That's easy math.
Trans math. C, do you want to tell folks about some self-care tips?
Yes, before we get back into it, because we are hopping back into it, Godkiller is a holy punk system that deals with content that may be triggering to some viewers. Content warnings for this playtest and the game materials themselves may include discussions of religion, divinity, faith, heresy, violence, war, apocalypse, death, monstrosity, romance, sex, blood, gore, cannibalism, drugs and alcohol, hallucinations, mind control, manipulation, death of loved ones, ghosts, poverty, famine, inequality and oppression, and body horror.
Yes, if you're in the Twitch chat, you can use exclamation point CW at any time for listening to content warnings. If you're in the YouTube live, one of our incredible mods is going to be copy and pasting these content warnings into the chat right now.
Thank you,
And before we
mods.
hop back in,
Thank you,
yes,
mods.
thank you, mods.
Also, as an
Thank
aside,
you, mods.
thank
Y'all
you, mods.
incredible. Massive thank you to our incredible mods.
And we hit
Jordan and Keith.
2.6K. There we go, translators. Can it be 2?
Yes, translators!
Consider 2.69. 269.
Okay.
$90
I mean,
listen.
I mean, it's climbing already. We're
269?
going.
Oh my god,
I'm
it's at
just saying.
2618.
Oh my god.
I'm just saying,
Just saying.
sometimes, maybe, violence is the answer.
Sam!
And you're right. You're correct.
Sam is not wrong.
Godkiller
Sam is
agrees.
absolutely correct.
Yes.
The thesis of this game agrees with you. It's about like why you kill the gods, but like you can just kill
But like,
them.
yeah, you should
like
kill them.
still kill him. Just like think about why. Yeah, just think about why. All right. Our usual little playtest disclaimer. Again, as the creator and developer of Godkiller, I would like to ask everyone watching this right now to please maintain your patience and consideration while we play through tonight's materials, and to please not screenshot, transcribe, or share anything presented in tonight's stream. I know that everyone has been very eagerly and patiently awaiting the release of the full game, and I promise that it's coming soon. It will take as long as it takes, because I want to get it right, and I care a lot about the design. But right now, these are in-flight mechanics that can and very well will change in the full game, so they are not representative of the final text, as the various typos have proven. I am sharing this material with good faith, vulnerability, and trust that it will not be copied, used, or distributed against my wishes, whether in streamed games, in home games, in your own TTRPG systems or hacks, shared on social media or otherwise. So please don't break that trust by using or sharing these playtest materials in any way, shape, or form. Thank you all, Transplaners. I believe in you all, and I trust you all. And I'm very excited to be sharing this from my heart to you. All right, let's get back into it. Session 0! Amazing.
I screamed, but
Let's just...
I'll do it again.
Sacred zero.
Whew. All right,
Session
let's just take it from the beginning of our order. So I can start session 0. Session 0 is the pre-game meeting where you establish expectations, agree on safety tools, build the world, create characters, and decide how and where the game begins. Session 0 typically takes 1 to 2 hours. You will discuss the following together. Table culture. Why are we playing this game and what do we hope to get out of it? Safety tools. How will we facilitate honesty, bravery, curiosity, and indulgence during play? World building. What does our Cradle look like and what divine troubles plague it? Origin, covenant, and ego? Who is the Godkiller and what are the ties that bind them? First prayer. What is our first adventure and how does our journey begin? During Session 0, the scribe, that's the two of you, records the most important parts of your discussion into the canon. So, Kai and C, I just want to bring your attention to the third tab on the left called Canon. That's basically a template for you to record all of the things we'll discuss in Session 0. Organizing the canon can come later. Right now, just get your ideas down on paper. The table should be mindful of the scribe's duties and actively involve them in the conversation. It's okay to hit a lull because the scribe is writing things down. It's always better to tap the brakes than miss out on the scribe's voice. All right, C.
Yay! Sorry. Table culture! I'm just happy to be here. To facilitate a better play experience, it's important to discuss the table culture you want to build toward together. Your table culture describes the customs, values, and rituals that emerge from a combination of factors: the personalities of the players, the norms, expectations, and experiences that each person brings to the table, and the design of the game itself. Table culture, like all types of culture, is not merely a thing that happens to you. It is also shaped by you, your values, behaviors, and ideas. When you agree to play Godkiller with each other, you're signing up to spend time and have fun together. By being intentional with the table culture you strive toward, you can create a more welcoming, encouraging, and exciting play environment for everyone. God, read this aloud to your Godkillers.
All right. You are the main character. Your job is to come up with ideas, and my job is to expand upon those ideas with enthusiasm and curiosity. I will center your interests and desires in the narrative. The game will go where you want it to go, so want loudly, openly, and unapologetically. The things you say and the choices you make will drive the game forward in exciting and unpredictable ways. Embrace the centrality of your role. Indulge your impulses, voice your needs, and follow your desires. This Cradle is ours. Give generously and take without shame, and trust that I will do the same. Godkillers, read this out loud to the Game Master. Does each of you want to take a different paragraph?
Sure.
Sure.
You are
All right.
the world and everyone else. Your job is to come up with the ideas, and my job is to expand upon those ideas with enthusiasm and curiosity.
I will center your interests and desires in the narrative. The game will go where you want it to go, so want loudly, openly, and unapologetically. The places you describe and the people you embody will drive the game forward in exciting and unpredictable ways. Embrace the power of your role. Build your interests into the world around us and present situations with open endings that I get to resolve on my terms.
The Cradle is ours. Give generously and take without shame, and trust that I will do the same.
Yay! I really like
right,
getting
okay.
to read those back and forth. I think that's like, it's so key.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my way of trying to establish, like, the game's thesis on what the table culture is trying to produce is like. All right, so now we get to answer together. So Kai and C, you can transcribe kind of like this discussion in the appropriate areas. How intense, dramatic, and complicated do we want this game to be?
Kai, do you mind writing the answers down since I have mine pulled up for the overlay?
I got you.
Thanks. I can start by answering. I
Yeah,
always want to say full throttle. Yes, intense. Yes, dramatic. And yes, complicated. As intense, as far as we want to go, I want to go.
I'm
I
right
was
there
going
with
to
you.
say all of the above. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All of it. balls to the wall, no, all gas, no brakes.
I'm into it. What about you, Kai?
Oh yeah, full. Let's not just full octane. I want nitrous in this. Let's go.
Okay,
Absolutely.
yeah, let's put nitrous in
I
this.
need-
All right, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
2 cans of NOS engaging at the exact same time. Correct.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
You
Let's
know,
do it.
I want to
All
go
right.
hard.
Me too. Perfect. What pieces of ourselves do we wish to bring to this game? I want to bring,
That's a really good
obviously
question.
being really gay. I want this game, y'all, I want this game to be full of gay stuff. Like, sexy gay stuff.
What?
Do you know who's sitting at the table right now? That's a given.
I crave ruin.
Mm.
I crave. I know in Godkiller that's a little bit of a given, but I crave like large destruction.
Kind of like apocalyptic destruction, like devastation.
Or even if it's just like the gods are really big, like physically, or like buildings, or something. I want big. I crave large
large,
destruction.
physically large.
Like, yeah,
large
and
scale.
also, like, we can do the emotion. This goes back to the full nitrous thing. We can do all the other things really big, but I also just crave like large destruction.
Okay, I love it.
I always bring to this game my most unapologetic self. I think I almost always answer this question the same way, is that I want to bring my most unapologetic self. I never want to apologize for wanting in this game, so I want to want viciously, openly, and deeply. I want to care about it. I want to be hungry for it, and I want my character to hold that piece of viciously wanting monstrosity and divinity, and for those two things to be tangled up in each other. And I don't want to make myself smaller. Ever. Really.
Yeah, especially at this table, I feel like I can really trust you all. Like, for us to, we can all go there with each other and like trust that we'll be able to hold each other through it. And that's kind of what I want to bring to this game too. Like, what C said, I resonate with a lot. Like, just being my full self, and trusting that it will be seen. Like, being just like super intense with like I love playing a fucked up villain. I love playing fucked up antagonists, and I'm treating this game as like our most indulgent home game, like that we're streaming the session 0 to, but we're gonna like I'm gonna pretend, or maybe I don't know, I'm gonna play this like off stream with each other. But I want to be able to play antagonists like full-throated, fucked up antagonists that you all can like beat the shit out of, but also like they're kind of sexy. Like, I don't know, like that, you know if you want to.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can fix them, and by fix I mean fuck. Oh, did I say that out loud?
Oh. What about you, Sam?
I crave heart. Like, I love a big narrative pull where there's massive amounts of change and tribulations that are happening internally with a character as well as externally in the world, and how those two juxtapose against each other. That is my thing. It's like everything else, all of that can still happen, but if there's still narrative pull with meaning behind it, that's it for me.
Definitely. I resonate on like wanting emotional resonance. Like, I want things that happen to like matter. You know, like I want them to matter and affect your characters, your god killers on a intimate level.
Hell yeah.
I think the heart of the I was like, what about large destruction is really like calling to me right now, and it's literally like the scale of divinity, but also the scale of mortality. And how those two things are not about physical size, and kind of challenging that mortals can be large and divinity can be small, and like the scale of what that is.
I love
That
that.
makes any sense.
I think that fucks Kai. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Because there are like versions of a Godkiller world in which like mortals have chained gods and use gods.
Ooh.
You know, it's not like divinity is not necessarily inherently bigger than mortals or always large, and mortals are not inherently smaller than or, you know, like tiny. So I like that a lot.
Hell yeah. I also want to bring, I said this already, but I want to like say it again, which is indulgence. I want to like indulge in the game and also in the like write fanfic about the game and also draw art of
269, 69, 29.
Yes! If someone gives 40 cents right now,
It'll be
Oh my God.
2069. 2069. 69.
oh my god. You're
Literally
hilarious.
amazing
We
work.
did it. Oh my
This
god.
is the best thing. This is the best thing
This is
that's
the best
happened.
night of my life. Oh my god, I love that. Oh yes! Go Transplaners, go!
Happy 5-year anniversary, Transplanar!
Pride Transplaners.
Happy birthday,
Pride.
Oh my goodness.
Happy 69 translator. I mean,
Nice.
You were right, and you should say it again. You should
Nice.
say it louder.
Oh my
Nice.
goodness.
Yeah, I want to
All
make
right.
like 60 playlists. I want to write fanfic. I want to be sick about it, you know?
Same.
Yeah.
That's
Very
same.
much
that's what I mean by not.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
want to
yeah,
be
yeah,
like
yeah.
I want to be
Yeah, yeah,
sick
yeah,
about
yeah.
it.
watching. I want to be so sick about it that I'm watching something else and something happens that reminds
Only
me of
thinking
it,
of my
the
and I have
games.
to
Yeah.
pause it to
Mhm.
just
I want
get
yes.
myself together again. That's what I
Yeah.
I
want.
want my friends to stage an intervention about
yeah, over this character, over this world.
I want to learn
Yeah.
to draw porn better so I could make porn art
Shut
of our
that up.
characters. That's what I want.
That's it. See,
Yes.
there it is.
That's what I want.
I want to get
That's
nasty.
it.
Let's do
That's
it.
it.
Yes. Okay. Love this. Speaking of what all of you want, do we feel good to move on to what the Godkiller answers? Excellent.
Yeah.
The Godkiller answers. Does one of you want to read it out loud?
Which aspect?
Sure, I will do it.
Hit
Oh,
it, Sam.
go ahead, T.
No, hit it, Sam.
Which aspect of your character and the creative process are you excited to share with the GM? And which aspects do you desire greater control over?
This is my way of writing as the designer of being like, so how much does the GM get to mess with your character? How much do you want to yield to the GM as well? And what parts are like sacred? What parts do you not want me to touch that you want full control over?
I am a big fan of like this is coming from a place of deep privilege of having played with you now for a while. I love giving like practically full control over to Connie of like with a lot of trust and safety, and like if something comes up in character generation, I would say something of like this part is special and should not be changed. But everything else, I'm like, fuck with my memory, fuck with my relationships, fuck with my divinity. But like, listen, I put this guy in situations. That's my favorite form of character building and working with you, Connie. So yeah,
I love that. Note that down, scribe, my beloved. Love it. Okay. Heard. What about you, Sam?
I think I'm kind of in the same boat. I think a lot of it does go over in relation with trust. The trust that I've built with you and with this table over the years is that I pretty much can be like, hey, I want my character to be like X. And you kind of just take it and run with it. Right? And I just kind of like let that happen because I know that anything that is I know I'm not going to come across anything I'm not cool with. I think that's such a good question. I don't want to say I kind of am just like my answer is the same as Kai's, but my answer is the same as Kai's. Really, just like put them in situations. I love that. I love seeing what can happen out of the reactionary and make it mean something. So
okay, Heard. And of course, for both of you, this is like a evolving conversation, right? If like you discover like, hey, actually this is really important to me and I don't want that to be messed with, like I will hear that. Or if I pull something and you're like, I actually didn't love that, we can always redact. And like it is literally no big deal. We can always change what happens. What about you, C?
For me, I always love to share like character arcs, and I love to co-create where my character is going to go so that we're always moving in the same direction. I would love to share that and to give you a lot of power over that. You know how much I would let you make my characters pass out, like take them to a secondary location, kidnap them. Like I love when you do that.
The first episode.
Yep. Chop them, break them. And I think I've said this before, but an aspect that I desire more greater control over is I think social consequences in character. I think I would be upset if I was role-playing with the desire to make a friend and the NPC didn't like me for reasons that I wasn't necessarily playing toward, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So specifically, yeah, I was thinking about that too, because I'm like, I really dislike when my character does something and you're like, oh, and now everyone in town hates you. And I'm like, well, I didn't mean, like, that's not what I was going for. That's not what's interesting to me about my character's arc. So I would like to co-create or to at least check in about social consequences when they arise.
Okay. Noted. Social consequences. Yeah. For sure. Great.
Did that
the next
spark
question
anything for the fellow members of my slew?
I'm usually pretty open to even negative social consequences, but that's also because the kinds of characters that I am interested in playing are ones that if everyone hates them, it's usually pretty okay with me. So
I think I like the fact of there being real world consequences to my actions, not just social consequences as well. Like if my character say like put a fucking crater in the middle of the street and that was the main street in the town, I don't expect the city to be so kind to me after something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like and even if I were to fix it, I don't expect everyone in the city to automatically be okay with my character afterwards. There's gonna be some people that are gonna hold some animosity. There's gonna be something that comes later down the line in something relations like that. Yeah, I think that's what it triggered in there. Social consequences and real consequences.
Great. That sounds good. And for me, my understanding of the difference between the two for you, C, is that like you're disinterested in social consequences that you haven't necessarily co-signed or like are we're playing toward. Because I feel like you would also be interested in like if your character blasted open a hole of like on purpose. I like dealing with all the fun fallout that comes from that. But it's like another thing.
A character who's irresponsible, and the character arc is about learning to be responsible to your community and place and so on. But if like you throw me through a wall and then the town blames
like, how could
me,
you get thrown through a wall?
And I'm like, man,
you piece of shit. Yeah.
I just got here. It's my third day out here.
That was
yeah.
For me, the difference as a GM is like what your character does and knowingly does. Like that engaging this person in public will risk collateral damage, and you choose to do it, then I could hit you with collateral damage. But it's nothing to be like, all right, we've taken a lot of pains to like meet him in a private location, so we don't do this. And then like with no foreshadowing, he's like, and now this is, well, actually this is a pretty cool twist. He's like, now this is televised, and the whole city can see. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of a cool twist. So maybe that's not the best example.
Welcome to this dark room. All the studio lights turn on, the cameras blink on.
That's actually kind of bad. I'm not gonna lie, that was a bad example because that's dope as hell. Like something different, like something I do to you and then I blame you for it in character.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
Or if it's like my characters, I'm not interested in exploring like responsibility, and it's like, I break things. This is something that this town knows about me and respects, and we are at a conclusion. I'm talking about something completely different. I don't necessarily want to play out that relationship unless I say I do. That makes sense.
Sounds good. All right, the next question for you God Killers, who would like to read it out?
What does your fullest and most indulgent self look like, and how can the table best support you in stepping forward with it? I said this already, I think, but my most indulgent self is when I start to get so into it that I'm climbing out of my chair, biting my microphone, making playlists, and writing, drawing when I am hungry to create, to play, and to participate. And I feel most supported when that energy is matched.
Mm. What about you, Sam?
My fullest and most indulgent self is bringing myself wholly and unapologetically without any type of masks or censoring. Yeah, that's it, to where all of my hyperfixations and brain rot and all of that festers naturally when I'm able to be Sam wholly at a table. Like, those are things that come naturally with that area. So match that energy is the biggest key and the biggest takeaway from that. If I know I'm more enthusiastic when I see other people that are in the same situation as me or in the same setting as me also being excited and fully into what it is that we're all doing together as a collective.
I love that. And what about you, Kai?
I think my most indulgent self is not judged, and this is the perfect table for that. You know, it is coming forward and licking tables and doing what the moment calls for, even if it is one that in other situations might be a creator of shame. And I am there to make the choice, even if it is an unpretty, unappealing, vulgar, annoying, whatever choice it is that is correct for the story, and not in the I'm doing it for the story, like a bit in a bad D&D story, but more like a, where if the answer is be gross and lick a table, that's what I would like to pursue. And so my most indulgent self is one that follows the whims of, especially in Godkiller, a character that is made to maybe cut against the grain and do something that, especially with our pure world perspective, might be a little bit off-putting. That in that world, even for that world, for our Cradle, it might be off-putting, but for my Godkiller and for us as players and storytellers, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I love that.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna add one more too, because all of this was kind of pulling in is my fullest and most self-indulgent self looks like fully embracing the role of a main character and fully embracing the role of a main character of all of the other Godkillers at the table, and trusting that everyone else is also embracing their role as a main character and not hiding and not feeling shame about that. Embracing that fully, openly, and completely.
I love that.
Absolutely +1 to that.
Hell yeah.
One of the original questions that I had written actually for this was named being a main character as a good thing and a thing that the game expects you to do and play into. Because I know that role can be so loaded in this space. People are like, how dare you be the main character? And I'm like, I don't know. I didn't sign up to be a side character.
Everybody.
It's let me not get into it.
We'll leave it there.
Let me
We'll leave
stop
it there.
while I'm
We'll leave it
ahead.
there.
We'll leave it there. I'm percolating on if I want to shift this in the full game. But, okay. The GM answers, which aspects of the world and the creative process are you excited to share with the Godkiller, and which aspects do you desire greater control over? Okay, I'm very, very excited to co-create the world with you all during session 0 and to come up with, like, large questions about, like, the greater mysteries of the world. About, like, the river, like, how magic works, like, what's up with the gods? You know, like, what are, like, the secrets of the histories of this place that we share together. During play, I'm very excited for you all to co-sign your own doom. A lot of the moves will facilitate this by themselves, but basically, like, when something bad happens to you, I love having the freedom to come up with the idea, but also being like, are you into this? And then, like, and then you being like, yes!
I'm gonna make
like,
it worse.
No. Yes. What aspects do I desire greater control over? Something that brings me a lot of joy as a GM is after we set up a bunch of stuff in session 0, I love taking a bunch of ideas and going into my little, like, dark GM hole and, like, finding really fucked up ways to connect them. And, like, finding, like, a really I love building a grand conspiracy. Okay, that was, like, the foundation for the Second Stranger is the foundation of Chaos Protocol. I love building a grand conspiracy. And I love having, like, the control over what that conspiracy is and what it looks like. But of course, how it's executed. Like, if a big lore drop happens, you're like, I'm open to changing it, of course. Which has happened before home games.
I love you.
Where I'll, like, drop something. I'll be like, and it was all aliens all along.
Connie,
like,
you're being too mean to yourself, because that was literally 7 years ago.
I know.
For your first show.
It was 7 years ago.
For
my
game.
You
first
say you
ever
don't want a
game.
2001
Yeah.
A Space Odyssey, yes.
Oh,
Let us go.
Connie, it
Boo,
was really
space baby.
I was setting up something. Yeah, anyway.
It was
that's
really
so
cute.
thinking about it.
Connie literally was like, at the end of this series this home game we played for like half a year, was like, and now let me introduce the big bad. Not the wizard that cast the wish spell that broke the world. No. Aliens! I almost got you.
Yeah.
It was really cute. Very fun.
Whoopsie paws.
I refuse to spit take like that again live on stream. That's Patreon content only.
Sub to our Patreon. Okay. How can the Godkiller best affirm and engage with your ideas? Connie, why isn't this one also answerable? Maybe it should be that. Maybe I should also get to answer what my fullest and most indulgent self looks like. And how can the table best support you in stepping forward with it? I feel like that's a better question than the other one. I'm gonna just do some editing. My fullest and most indulgent self is I'm gonna be making a lot of, like, big swings emotionally, as you all know. That's, like, the classic Connie way. Like, I love, like, every prayer is gonna be, like, about one thing, but it's really about something else. Like, you know what I mean? Like, really about something else. So, like,
Typical Connie shit. Got it.
how the table can best support me in stepping, forward with this self is, like, really engaging with, like, the heart of what, like, a prayer is about. And you might not know what the real, like, specific heart is, but it'll be kind of obvious. And I think, like, leading into the themes of it will be great. This is not an issue with this table, like, at all, but, like, letting me finish my big villain monologues. It's great, especially when I have them prepared.
Before I lightning bolt you out of the sky. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, before you lightning bolt me out of the sky. Yeah. There is a Godkiller whose divinity can be electricity and lightning. So it'd be really funny if you took that. Yeah, is what I would say. And again, not an issue with this table, but, like, engaging with the hooks that I lay down, like, when it's clear that I want it to go somewhere. Or in a particular direction. Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Let's move
Captain.
on. So this next section is about safety tools. A note for chat: we have done safety tools. We've established lines of veils, etc. before the stream, and we're gonna keep what our lines of veils are private, just for, like, discretion and safety's sake for our own cast. But we will read through this section together so we know what the texts and the game's stance on safety tools is and its approach to it, so you all can know. But then we're gonna kind of gloss over actually doing them. and move on to the next section. I forget whose turn it was.
I think it's mine.
Go for it, Kai.
Safety tools. Godkiller explores mature and sometimes difficult topics, including violence, trauma, death of loved ones, complex relationships, oppression, religion, war, and apocalypse. Furthermore, the improvisational nature of Godkiller can cause the story to swerve into in intense and unexpected directions. This isn't a bad thing or anyone's fault. It is a normal part of engaging with the game. That said, navigating difficult topics with structure and intention promotes a table culture of honesty, trust, and creative risk-taking. To that end, this game provides safety tools for you to implement at the table. A safety tool is a way to formally calibrate expectations around difficult topics, establish guardrails for improvisation, cultivate trust at the table, make big swigs in the story, and engage deeply with the game's themes of divinity and mortality. You must use safety tools in order for them to work. When you are uncomfortable during play, it is your responsibility to communicate that discomfort to the rest of the table, whether directly or through an intermediary such as a safety tool. Using safety tools indicates a willingness to trust that your needs will be heard and respected. Give your table the chance to show up for you. By the same token, when someone expresses discomfort about something you do or say, don't take it personally. Using safety tools is not a moral judgment. It is an opportunity to support someone else's play needs and a chance to create more honest and courageous environment for everyone. Playing Godkiller necessarily involves a degree of risk. The risk of words coming out wrong, actions being misinterpreted, or hurt being caused. As previously mentioned, experiencing discomfort is a normal part of improvising intense and dramatic stories about killing gods. This potential for risk is not the issue. How you communicate with each other through conflict is. So communicate with honesty, lightness, and curiosity. If you feel yourself getting worked up, step away from the table so you can regulate your emotions and process how you're feeling. When we assume and operate in good faith, we build toward a greater play culture of openness, compassion, and mutual respect. It's possible that you already have a preferred method for facilitating safety at the table. If that's the case, you can introduce those tools now and discuss how you would like to implement them. If you do not already have a preferred method, or if you would like to utilize the recommended safety tools for Godkiller, review the following together and answer the prompts.
All right, so the rest of this is about like the safety tools themselves, lines, veils, and what I call hooks, which are like, what do we want to explore? What difficult topics do we want to get into? The stoplight system, you all have seen this on stream before. It's when we use our cards on stream. And yeah, okay, let's move on to world building. Yeah, our safety tools.
I keep these bad boys on deck all the time.
They live right here at my desk.
I was gonna say they stay right here to the side of my keyboard always.
More findable than a pen,
as well as my
desk.
signs.
Yeah, literally. Mm-hmm. Like they're right there.
They stay together.
You always need a sign. Also,
all right.
Before we keep going,
yes, see.
I do feel it is pertinent to tell chat because chat has been giving themselves some amazing incentives for hitting certain donation thresholds.
I've been gagging about it the entire time. It's been amazing. I was like, wait, what? Fan-made incentives?
Fan-made incentives. Which is amazing. And I encourage anyone and everyone to continue donating if you have the means to do so. However,
this is
you
the
may
best
be
fucking
interested to
community
know,
ever.
Chat, that we probably have in fact hit that incentive already. Because last week's donation goal was upped because we covered PayPal fees. So we're adding probably $250 to tonight's total in PayPal fees that we're going to cover for Care for Gaza so it doesn't get taken out of the donation total. So all of you, all of us,
2680.
a whole lot of fanfic.
I mean,
Congratulations, Transplanar!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
This will be
I
the
just
one
thought you should
time
know.
this will be the one time that I actually will be more than okay with getting pinged all day and night in Discord with ads to fix, to fan art.
Yes.
Please.
I'd like to see it all.
every single
I would
fic.
like to see it. I'd like to see
I
it.
would
Yes.
read every single fic. Yeah.
Holy
so
fuck,
much.
Connie, you just got
see you,
boxed
Kiwi.
again.
I see you, Kiwi. Yep.
Are you serious? Are you gonna bonk me again?
When
Okay,
you least
stick around to
When
the
you
end of the
least
stream.
expect it.
When I
you
least
expect it.
save me, chat. Chat, save me.
No,
We should have
no,
unbonk.
no,
That's
no,
one
no.
one channel point.
Box? There's more than Iskaros
Double
and
bonk?
Kiwi. You just got
Double
double bonked, Connie. You just got double bonked.
On my
That's
birthday!
a season. That's
just a birthday
That's
boy.
an Arc 4 opener.
Oh.
That's an Arc 4 midpoint. We need the Arc 4 finale, especially the finale, because you know he's gonna be at his most fucked up at the finale of Arc 4. So
you have no
Heroes
But
in the
I'm
chat
just
tonight.
a little guy. I'm just a little birthday boy.
a little fucked up
believe it.
birthday boy.
How could you do this to me? Oh my god! Wow. Okay. Well, I have two
It was a
looming
menacing
bonks.
turn back to the yoga mat. I see.
The yoga mat.
Yoga mat.
I'm looking at my sword.
Even worse. Honestly, I like that better.
Hey, let's
I
keep
wonder if I can
building
throw
this
this.
game. It's world building time. Hey, friends, it's world building time. Sam, it's your turn to read. It's time to build our cradle.
When you least expect it, Connie. Don't worry, chat. Stick
World
around.
building. Mwah. World building.
See? You filed your complaints. They were heard.
Yes. World building. It's time to build your cradle. The world building process is entirely collaborative, with the GM and the player both pitching, ideating, and building off of each other's ideas as equals. During this part of Session 0, there are no real distinguishment between your roles. The player can propose ideas for pantheons, creation myths, and world intrigues that threaten the realm, just as the GM can suggest ideas for the Godkiller and their place in the cradle. Big picture. This section establishes the foundations of your shared world, how the gods operate on a grand scale, the broad strokes of magic and technology, and the core conceits of genre. These questions are a jumping off point for you to engage in free-flowing conversation. Let inspiration lead you where it may, but don't feel pressured to hammer out the specifics. Focus on big picture ideas, the rough outline of your cradle's history, factions, and the lore. The detailing will come later. If you find yourselves fixating on the whys and hows, gently course correct to maintain momentum. I like that part right there, Connie, is like a little reminder. Like if you're getting a big too big for your britches,
Don't get lost in the sauce.
Gently move yourself off the heat. Let it simmer on the back
the biome of your cradle, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, yet. All right. So, touchstones. What genres and media, books, games, films, etc., are we currently inspired by?
Sinners.
Ooh.
Okay. Write that
Ooh.
down. Write that down.
Sinners.
Ooh.
I'm inspired by K-pop Demon Hunters.
I continue to be
That doesn't
unwell
surprise me at
about
all.
the lock tomb, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
I also have been spinning around and continue to be deliciously hungry for I love historical fantasy. I also love a post-apocalyptic story that's funneled so far past the apocalypse we're in high fantasy again. Low magic high fantasy. Like Wheel of Time
yeah.
core. Wheel of Time
I like
fic.
Let's all just be Aes Sedai.
I
Yeah,
mean,
no.
I'm the Emerald seat.
Their lives.
I love how everyone went silent and immediately agreed. Nobody said anything outside of "you're right, Sam, and you should be."
Yeah, no.
I love that.
So the one thing
personally,
right, you should be.
You're right, and you should be. I've been really thinking about Mad Max again, and also like in my brain, I've been cooking on specifically just the I think it's the visuals and the ruin because they only kind of explain it, but I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3 and the celestial view with the shattered head of a god skull and comets floating by, so just like cataclysmic ruin. This is why I was talking about large scale destruction, cataclysmic ruin, but the idea that we still live there, people still live, things still happen there. There is still life.
Man, I love it's very funny. So with the new Sunrise on the Reaping Hunger Games book that's came out recently, I've been getting a lot more Hunger Games stuff in my algorithm and my YouTube feeds and stuff like that. And it made me actually go back to the Hunger Games and what was it about it that I really enjoyed and those aspects of how class and poverty and things like that all played out. And I realized that I really do like young adult, post-apocalyptic, but I love Mad Max for a very specific reason, because it's like Kai was saying, it's so Kai and C were both saying, it's so far beyond the apocalypse that it's completely,
it's new.
It's new now, right? It's not dealing with that aspect, with that part, right? With the fallout of it. And then I remembered some guy that I follow on Instagram. I'm gonna butcher this so bad, but he essentially said that a lot of dystopian young adult apocalyptic novels and stuff like that, the Hunger Games and Maze Runner and all that type of stuff is and The Handmaid's Tale was even looped into that, was a lot of that is based off of white people's fears of having trauma inflicted upon them and their descendants and their bodies, similar to how it was done on Black and brown people and indigenous folks in this country. And I haven't been able to shake my mind separate from that in understanding. So I like the fact of post-apocalypse being so utterly far stretched and removed from real world mortal planes at this point, that it takes on an entirely new identity, an entirely new facade in general. That's my shit.
That fucks Sam, because I think something that's really resonating for me too is, I think specifically like what you were saying, indigenous ideas of apocalypse as something that has already happened and is still kind of currently happening, but the event of apocalypse that a lot of modern media catastrophizes over actually happened a really long time ago. It has already happened, and that apocalypse can also be a site of redemption and hope and liberation, post-apocalypse also, right? That post-apocalypse is not just a hopeless wasteland, right? That there is possibility potential, right? So I'm super keyed into all of this too, about really post-apocalyptic, that's no longer dealing with the fallout of the event, whatever the event is, if it was an event, but is the world that we live in, which is ruin, which is apocalypse, which is hard, which is difficult, but it is also still home. I really like that. Snowpiercer is in my mind again.
Oh, yep.
I'm thinking Fallout 2, which I really appreciate. Fallout is
Nausicaa.
Nausicaa? Yeah.
Nausicaa.
Oh yeah. Yes. Delicious.
I like this. I'm vibing with all of this. what ideas from these touchstones do we want to change, leave behind, or keep as is? We've already talked about this a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of like touched on this organically. Yeah, under touchstones. Lovely. I love the idea of like a far future post-apocalypse where what we see now is barely recognizable from what came before, but it's not just like a wasteland where like everything is dead and sucks, but is like full of hope and possibility for new worlds to bloom.
Mm-hmm. And also it's hard and sucks.
Yeah, also it is hard and sucks. Yeah. Love it. I think this is like a nice like foundation for where you want to start at. I'm cool to move on to the next like topic if we want.
Yeah.
Magic. Is the magic of our world abundant and pervasive, or rare and special?
I have thoughts, but I'm gonna leave it to the rest of my slew to start first.
I know this is coming so major from me. I'm so obsessed with a magic that is very pervasive. It takes from you. There are hard lines of rules that need to be followed, or else things will go really fucked up for you. I love that there's some type of like give and pull. Like, yes, you have these abilities, cost to you, to your surrounding world, to your family, to what have you. Like, it becomes more of a I think a really interesting like push and pull between, yes, I can do these things to save people, but I also know that doing these things to save people also comes at a cost. And at what cost am I willing to pay in order to do something good or something bad, what have you? You know what I'm saying? Like, those real conundrums between that, I think, is so delicious to chew on narratively. It's like a baby with a chicken bone. It has no gums. It's just
that kind of ties into where my head is at too about it, especially because I'm thinking about like what makes it beautiful. I know, surprising me talking about what's cool about surviving an apocalypse as a god killer. But I like the idea of magic being pervasive, because if mortality has that power, like, it is the potential for ruin, like Sam was talking about, like at what cost, but also it is this very fertile place of growth and potential. And like this very like mortal idea of I can rise, I can be.
Yes, I know I'm describing Lumeria. You guys are very funny. I know I touched on it. Yes.
It's funny because the time this song
the time mage
playing.
Music is playing right now too. Siege is over here doing emotional damage unwillingly and unknowingly.
I noted it the moment it started.
That reward should go to Bonk C instead.
You're working really hard on that one, Connie.
Right, chat? Right, chat?
You just reminded me.
Bonk C. Bonk C. Come on,
Never.
Chat.
Connie chants alone.
Bonk C. Bonk
No,
C.
because this is the thing. Connie, you keep trying to push this. This is all your being. There is one person that sits in the GM seat. Everybody else here at this table has been emotionally traumatized and beat upon by Connie Chung. Raise your hands if you have been personally victimized by Connie at this table. Oh, no, we're like, Connie says I actually hurt myself. What if I hurt myself?
We know.
In the
I've seen it happen. I've watched it.
I'm just a little guy.
Nope, there it is.
See what
we
gonna say about magic? Go on,
Continue, sorry.
You're so lucky. You brought this upon yourself. Doom falls upon your head. I'm super into this and super like keyed in and very down for this idea of a very powerful, very like magic with a lot of potential. I am interested and curious if like even if there is a lot of it and a lot of potential in the world, if the act of harnessing, using, or becoming one with it is very difficult, which makes magic using rare. I think that could be really interesting.
I like that.
I like that.
I like that a lot.
That
Yes.
eats, yeah.
These questions are basically my way of being like, how is this a low, medium, or high magic world, and who gets to use this magic, right? Like, it's both about depth and breadth. So I think it kind of sounds like, because I really love the idea of like magic itself being really powerful and devastating. That was the other set of questions. Is the magic of our world powerful and devastating, or flickering and fleeting? I love the idea that it's powerful and devastating, and that it's rare and special. So that, like, everyone knows magic exists, and maybe there is magic that suffuses the world everywhere, but only a few people can, like, channel it, or, like, pull on it, or use it. Do we like that?
Hell
Without
yeah.
it destroying them.
See, now we're in the sauce because my brain is going, okay, so here's this terrible character idea.
Oh yeah, I've got
So you're
something.
also
I've got something
percolating.
terrible.
Percolating. I just know it.
Fucked
Alright,
up.
hold on to this stuff.
Yeah. No, we're almost there.
Yeah,
We're
all
so
right.
close.
Technology. What does advanced technology look like in our world, and who has access to it? And
Wheel.
what are the most common ways?
Sorry.
Huh?
Sorry.
What are the most common ways?
I'm sorry.
Wheel. Mortals travel the land and communicate with each other.
I like low-tech apocalypse, personally.
Okay.
I like low tech with that like Mad Max twist of like discovered and reimagined technology.
Okay. Like repurposed, kind of.
Yeah, it's the whole like instead of giving it that like I think what's a very European perspective of like ancient magical items that have great and not in that like you know like actual folklore attached to it, but just like I have been given Excalibur, but we don't know its name. More like rediscovering what like pieces of technology. It's that whole idea of magic being true technology being indistinguishable from magic.
Are there cars?
But only, like,
So good, Kai, because no, that's so good because I think about that a lot. Like, I love The Walking Dead, right? And The Walking Dead, where it's at now versus where it started, is like 10, 15 plus years after the apocalypse, right? We're way like after the fall of of civilization. And I always think about like what it would be like for something like that to happen. And then like 30 or 40 years down the line, and someone comes across randomly a copy of a locked tomb, right? Like what does that do for that society then to come back on like something that's been discovered in the old world but has been long since forgotten, and how that is reimagined and repurposed for now. That's
Into it.
I love that.
Building off of that, because Connie, you asked, are there cars? Which I personally don't think there are cars, but I think that somebody has taken apart a vehicle and put it back together in the form of like a fucked up centipede that can crawl across the land using like by spitting oil and like god juice, right? Like,
Yeah,
Okay. Into it.
you know,
we built
more
it. We
Nausicaa
built it back,
core
but we built it back
than Mad
wrong.
Max.
built it back
Yeah, okay.
wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Bring
I'm into
out
it. I'm into
God
it.
juice.
What?
That's
what
Monster
is,
fire technology.
Monster
That's
fire
a-
technology.
is that
That's
how?
one
What
way
are,
to put it.
are those the most common ways that mortals travel the land in these fucked up vehicles?
No, I think that's
No.
rare.
I think that's just like one or two, but like there's iterations of like that.
I
Yeah.
think what they did get right is like repurposing like ATVs and RVs for like sand dunes. Like that's
Like smaller
But you
personal
can rip
vehicles?
across like sand.
Mhm.
With
Yeah.
like, sand.
Like
Yeah,
I
that'd
think
be
that's
cool.
the one thing that they found and was like, hey, actually this could be useful with a little fine tuning.
Okay. I'm into it. So, what is the most advanced technology in this world? What would like constitute that? Is it the fucked up centipede god juice thing, or is it something even more?
I think that that's more of a honestly like a reimagining of technology, like older technology. I'm thinking it's like
A calendar? Maybe a
like that's all.
clock?
Ooh, clocks. Because I'm thinking about that, like that fucked up centipede as like almost our own technology at this point. Not really like new technology, not really like rediscovered technology. Even just like it's kind of our own thing. I'm imagining the most advanced technology is on tier with like combustion and maybe like below radio frequency.
Okay. Like a combustion
Something like
engine.
like like almost like basic chemistry, like or like alchemy being the most advanced.
Alchemy.
Like,
Alchemy.
the concept of
Alchemy.
combining things together to make a third thing is, I think, advanced technology.
I like that. Alchemy.
Yeah.
Alchemy as advanced
Alchemy,
technology. I love
alchemy
that.
fucks.
Yeah, let's put that shit in.
That's
yeah.
dope. That's dope. That's dope as shit.
So, can I safely assume that some of the most common ways people travel the land is by foot? Maybe are there horses? Beasts of burden?
See, like, do I even want to play in a game that there's no horses?
Yeah, there
I
probably
like the idea of there
are.
being beasts of burden.
Yeah,
Because I feel like it's one of the like intrinsic things that people just do. If there are animals there that are large enough to carry or pull.
Carry stuff.
Yeah.
But I assume animals don't really look like animals we recognize on Earth. Like, are we playing with like irradiated, kind
This
of
is
like fucked up little animals?
Maybe this is what
I
we
like
like
the
the
idea.
K-pop Demon Hunters,
Free
and it's like the cute animals from K-pop Demon Hunters and that kind of shit.
Oh, like
Free
almost like
horses.
folkloric. Yeah,
Like folkloric
Yeah,
animals.
folkloric
irradiated.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
What would you do
And
if there was
radiation
like
plus
horses,
folklore.
but like a tricycle?
I
Like, there
would
was only
ride
3
it,
hooves.
Sam. Is what I would do.
A
One
tricycle
hoof in the
horse?
front and 2
And, like,
in the
it's like a
back.
wheel.
In the front?
The whole thing spins.
Oh my god, you sit in the
like a
middle of
wheel,
the horse? That's
Yeah.
so funny.
and it spins.
Oh my god, I love that. Yeah,
Biblically
right on this ideas
accurate
down because I
horse.
want to. Yeah, biblically accurate horse. I love it. My final question is, what are the most common ways that mortals communicate with each other? Are there letters? Is there like we mentioned radio frequencies? DMing?
I don't think you
I'm
can
thinking
send
no on the
message.
radio frequencies.
Yeah,
No
I
on
think you
radio?
gotta
Okay.
send
That.
mail
Letter.
via other.
Couriers. Then they're and it'd be like couriers.
I like
Okay.
couriers.
I also really like
Printing
the
press
idea.
couriers.
I also really like the idea of there being like a very big push for nonverbal communication as well. So like some type of sign language or something along the lines of that will come in handy with somebody that is, that is deaf or unable to hear or hunting in situations where you have to be silent. Being able to communicate with your hands or non-verbally at all, I think is really beneficial.
Depending on the geographies of this world, you said nonverbal, and I immediately also thought of long-range nonverbal, like non-written communication of like flashing mirrors,
Yes.
Yeah.
mountain sides,
Oh,
and like
yes.
lights.
Signal
Fires.
flags.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
Smoke.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
sexy. That's sexy. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god. We're so smart. What? Okay.
I also love the idea of
It's like almost like we do
like
this for a living.
signage too. If you can like not a symbol, but like a series of raised something that you can like feel on like bark
Ooh,
or
like-
that you can carve into that like
Ooh.
produces a
Like-
kind of
Like trail markers,
Like
but,
texture.
but
Yeah.
like one that you touch.
Almost
'cause if
like
you touch
Braille.
a trail marker could fall over.
Yes.
Braille. Yeah. Yeah. I like
Nice,
that.
yeah.
I like that.
Mhm.
Okay. My final question for I've said final, but this is my final for this technology section is who has access to this advanced technology, this alchemy? Like how rare is alchemy and who gets to do it and who are alchemists?
I feel like that probably would
it's
go
gotta be a
hand in
special
hand with
discipline.
magic. I feel like that would go hand in hand with magic. Like, because magic is so rare and special, alchemy, you're feeling something different, Kai.
or what if they're the two sides, like
Yeah.
the two opposite
The
sides.
two, like a spectrum.
And sometimes they have to work together to make things like the
But
weird
they
centipede.
hate working together.
They hate
Oh, they
each
hate
other.
But they hate
They
working
hate
together.
it. They absolutely fucking hate it.
So are
Yeah.
alchemists like do they have a guild? Are they like aligned with each other or are they like individuals? Or are there like
I
a
think
group
it
of
could be
alchemists that are
both.
trying?
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think it depends.
I like the idea of like a large organization that's like we learn alchemy, we teach alchemy, and we keep it as like a guild, but also like anyone could learn it.
Mhm.
Very.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I have an idea about the schism too. I'm thinking Promethean thoughts, which is something like the first alchemist forcibly ripped magic out of a mage, consumed it, and learned alchemy that way, where they had to destroy the magician. Everyone looks terrified. I'm so sorry.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Who hurt you, friend?
First of all, no, this eats, and
this definitely fucking eats. This is amazing, but what the fuck?
A small +1. A small +1.
Yes, Kai. Yes.
What if it was not the magic that they ripped out, but the knowledge?
Ooh, yes.
Kai.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah.
ate
What the fuck?
knowledge.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
kind of love the idea
It's like,
of that eating their brain. Like I feel like
Yeah.
literally
Yeah.
like
Quick major cannibalism content warning coming up for what the fuck is about to come out of my mouth. But there's apologies, and here we go. Which is, there's something about the idea that you have minerals in your brain, right? And if somebody like needed the minerals in your brain to do the alchemy the first time, I don't know.
No, I'm right there with you because this ties into the thing I was thinking about for my Godkiller.
Okay,
That's
what were you thinking for your
fascinating.
Godkiller, Kai? Is it relevant to if it's relevant to the world building? Speak.
I wanted someone who could accidentally eat the ability of another Godkiller and be the mistake.
Yeah.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay, wait, hold on. Something's coming.
Yep.
Okay.
fucking hell.
How do regular ass people see alchemists? Is my question. Or does it depend? And this also depends on how mortal society is structured. Because here's my pitch. I would love it for there to be like enclaves of independent sovereign city-states. So there's no one big empire, or there might be alliances, but I think like each haven, which are the locations of the game, each haven is self-contained. And like controls a different level of territory. So some havens are like totally like quote unquote self-sufficient, but they might trade with other havens. They have like totally different norms depending on which haven you're in. But I'm open. And I feel like in some havens, alchemists are seen as like they're seen as like these incredible like auteurs, and they're like feared and respected and like given time and resources to work with, and like they're even given brains and stuff to eat so they can keep doing alchemy. While in other places, people hunt down alchemists and like kill them because they think that they're like horrible witches, doing terrible things.
This rocks.
I'm with it.
Thoughts?
I'm with it.
And I like
with it.
I like to think that people think of mages the same way.
Yes. They're like different sides of the same coin, right? They're both doing power stuff. They're both like making change happen and wielding power, but in completely different ways. Okay, love it. Okay, so let's talk about the gods. Do the gods live in the cradle alongside mortals, or is their home somewhere remote or beyond? And are the gods highly involved in mortals' day-to-day lives, or do they abstain from directly influencing events?
Religious trauma coming in 3, 2, 1. There is something about me that genuinely, thoroughly loves the idea of gods directly abstaining from influencing day-to-day lives and mortal events. Because that creates such a nice, like, cognitive dissonance between the god and the worshiper, right? Of like the worshiper being on this ground, but trying to understand the atrocities around them through God that's not stepping in, and that the decision to continue to believe in that God despite all other circumstances that are sitting around it, that eat to me.
Yeah.
Personally, but that's just because I'm sick.
I love to be abandoned by the gods, personally. I love to be abandoned by the gods. I love for the gods to be all dead and there are none fucking left, and you don't know if the god can even fucking hear you or if it's a rotting corpse somewhere in the world. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'm with this.
Okay.
like, I I'm with you, Sam. I love the idea that they are not involved in the day-to-day lives of mortals in ways that maybe mortals understand, and they do not directly influence events, but I like to imagine that they are here, or whatever ones of them still remain are here. There isn't necessarily like a third space that they exist in.
Yeah.
That if they're here, and they are just not listening. Or they are listening and they don't care.
Which one do you even want at that point? Like, both are slaps in the face, ostensibly. Like...
Okay, here's my pitch. I don't think I think some gods don't care and only look out for themselves. But I think that if any gods still remain, they're probably fucking terrified.
Yes.
Of mortals. Because I think, here's my pitch, is that mortals know that gods exist, and a lot of mortals, mages and alchemists, hunt them down to eat them, because they are the closest thing connected to magic. So I think gods are kind of like prey, almost, in this world. So they would hide, they would disguise who they
that
are.
fucks.
Let's do it!
Yeah, let's go!
I like that.
Let's do it!
That's nasty.
Yeah, maybe the first
That's
alchemist
nasty
didn't
eat
pull
another
the
mage.
knowledge from a mage. They ate the knowledge from a god.
Which the
And
mage
they,
perhaps worshipped.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah.
Oh,
so maybe like
that
mages, maybe they could have philosophical differences too. Mages could worship the gods and seek to protect them, while alchemists seek to eat the gods and use like their power for themselves. So mages are almost like paragons of the gods. They like wield their divinity like with love and devotion, and you know they have a relationship to the gods, but it's like a sacred duty to keep their god's heart safe. Yeah, and to like not share that. So alchemists will like capture mages and torture the secret of like their god's heart and downfall out of them, so they can eat a god. But the thing about this is about the Godkiller. Only the Godkiller can kill a god. So I think alchemists can't kill the gods. They probably just like imprison them and try to like, because gods are immortal. Just like continuously like take their power from them as like a continuous power source. But they also have to keep the god alive with whatever the god needs to eat, right? So like if a god eats gold, the alchemists will like transmute.
Oh, it's like devotion in the most fucked up way.
In the most fucked up way.
Yeah, that rocks.
So the Godkiller can put a god out of its misery, or like, you know what I mean, or like, I don't know. Like
I think that just cinched.
This fucks.
I think that cinched my character idea.
Oh my god.
Just that quickly.
Okay. Not gonna lie, alchemists are kind of turning out to be a little evil.
They're kind of evil. I'm not here to play a good person.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay.
We're
This
at
sounds
26,
great.
90, 69.
Oh my god, we're so close to 27! We're $10 away. $10 away.
Hold on.
Oh my god.
Screen
26, 90, 69.
$10.
Oh my god. Alright.
Yeah.
Yes, Sam.
The lamb is really...
That was one of the most recent origins I wrote, and I was like, this is a fucked up origin. Like, this is really fucked up, but I don't know if anyone's gonna play it.
Yeah. I think my character is the lamb that was raised to be eaten by a god, but was captured by an alchemist. Was captured by an alchemist to try,
Okay. Into it. Okay. It's time to move on to the detailing section, friends. So this section fleshes out the specifics of your world, the histories of the river, the dynamics between the gods, and the myths surrounding the Godkiller. These questions establish some details, not all. You don't need to know every single thing about your cradle right now. In fact, you shouldn't. Leave the greater mysteries of your world unanswered, especially dramatic intrigues concerning the river or the gods. As the manifestation of magic, the river resists finite categorization. Trying to figure out every piece of it before the game begins will lock you out of embracing spontaneity down the line. When you honor the river's transgressive nature, it will produce narrative opportunities for many sessions to come. Similarly, the gods of the cradle have no set appearance, central philosophy, or immutable ontology that dictates their destiny aside from the truths you decide to create for them. Even then, they refuse dogmatic classification. Establish enough details for the divines of your world to feel real and threatening, but don't get too caught up in the weeds. The ideas you come up with here will inspire character concepts and plot hooks, as it already has, but they are not immutable pillars of truth. Cede negative space to the game itself, and allow yourselves the flexibility to unearth new twists and indulge improvised approaches during play. Remember, your canon is a living, breathing document. You can always expand upon, transform, or redact what you come up with here to better suit the emerging story. All right, let's talk about the Shattered River, babes. The river is magic itself, and it is broken beyond repair. What apocalyptic event shattered the river, and how did it devastate, transform, or scatter mortals and gods alike? So what was the apocalypse, friends?
Have an idea. I have an idea.
Tell us, C. Thomas.
Because we talked about magic being extremely powerful and very present in the world itself. What about a flood? Because we've explored in different like Godkiller concepts the idea of the river drying up, but what about like a flood, like a surge?
Yes!
Like a surge that overwhelmed and washed away wherever the gods used to live and stranded them here.
Oh! I like the idea that the gods maybe used to live in the river, but then kind of like fish after a flood. You know what I mean? Like the flood waters rise and they just left the gods here in the cradle. And the river hasn't been the same since.
Ooh, it's kind of giving like driftwood and like the aftermath of a hurricane type of deal.
Yeah.
So it's like after everything floods and they're finally able to clear the city out, it's just all this muck and wood.
It's all left
and debris.
here.
It's all left here with no place to go from that.
Yeah. It's literally, it's giving me the real origin of Godzilla.
Ooh, major key, Kai.
Yeah. If you don't know, Godzilla is literally like the manifestation of the nuclear apocalypse spheres of Japan.
Literally.
Yep.
I love that. I don't necessarily, I think this can be one of the mysteries we leave unanswered is like what caused the river to flood. But I love the idea, like I'm tucking it away in my GM brain that there may be some like nuclear implications, like something to do with like the previous civilization that came that maybe had like a war with each other and this happened or something. But I don't think certainly no mortal knows, and even the gods have maybe forgotten what caused the river to flood.
Yeah,
because the
flood is like metaphorical and literal, right?
Yes,
perhaps even that it's like irradiated magic existence. It's like ultraviolet. It's like a color you can't see. Like imagine if ultraviolet flooded the world and it also was radiation and it also was divinity and then it left the gods here. Like that would strange things.
Like I almost kind of think of it like Pompeii to an extent of like here's this volcano that has been dormant for millions of years until one day everything's peaked just right, wiped everything clean, left the gods here, and the god still being here is reminiscent. Look at Mr.
Bobo! The bow's here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but I'm really vibing with what everyone is saying, like especially you, Sam, and I love the idea that the river, like what is magic in our world, right? I like the idea that it's something, it's everywhere. It's almost like air. It's just everywhere, but not everyone can sense it or use it or pull on it. And I like the idea that it's like a current. It's like an invisible current that suffuses all of the cradle. It's like an invisible energy. Yeah. Like wavering like water. How has magic itself become weaker, deadlier, or more monstrous since the shattering?
I definitely think it's become more monstrous.
Yeah.
Since
like whatever shattered it also made it monstrous.
To touch
it.
There's that.
There's absolutely a cost to touching it.
It transmutes you, makes you monstrous as well, right?
But I think it also runs the risk of like fully surging, just like a echo of the flood, whatever that was. Like pull on magic too much,
it can like
flood like
a
whole area.
It's almost like a canal to where you can like watch the water levels rise and fall with every pull that's happening from it, and the more people that pull on it, the higher and higher the water gets.
I love it. I'm just imagining entire havens that have been like fucked up because of one mage's hubris or because of like one alchemist pushing a god too far or something, and like it you know. Love it. All right, a pantheon divided. The gods are varied and complex as stars, and their wills clash eternal. How many gods remain? And what open conflict, mounting tension, or uneasy truce are they embroiled in?
I have a pitch.
Yeah.
What if we don't know because the gods are so removed from us that whatever gods we thought might have existed before, we don't even remember, right? So if there is no tally of them before, why would we know now?
I love the idea possibility of that.
I do love that. And I also kind of love the idea that the world before, maybe the stories that are passed down through the cradles, that there used to be a lot of gods. Like, that this used to be a really divine world, but now, like, not very many of them remain. So I don't necessarily feel like we need to put a number on how many gods remain, but it's just, like, not that many.
I kind of like the idea of them not even really calling attention to themselves either. The ones that are still around and still there. Yeah, like you can be sitting at a pub and be sitting next to the sun god or what have you and not even know it because they're got mustard stains from a hot dog on their front t-shirt and are downing a pint. Like, and you wouldn't even fucking know that there was any definitive anything coming from this person.
My question is also, what open conflict, mounting tension, or uneasy truce are the gods embroiled in between themselves? Like, is there can they like sense each other and try to help each other out? Or can like one of them, because like if they're all survivors of something terrible, do some of them just like watch out for themselves and try to throw others under the bus? What
if it's almost like a obviously it says a pantheon divided. What if it's a split between who helped alchemists versus who didn't? Like there's sections of the pantheon that they thought that alchemy was the way, and that even though that alchemists were starting to get a little too big for their britches, they still felt that it was necessary. And then the other half is like warning them, like, hey, look at the river, look at how it's flowing, this is gonna be really bad, it's getting really hot, it's flooding now, thanks, type of deal. I think that's cool. What do you guys think?
I like that, because I think there definitely are gods who like are aligned with alchemists, who have been captured by alchemists. And similarly, like gods who work intentionally with mages, and those who are perhaps even like called upon, who no longer want to give magic to mages, right? Like kind of tithing to a god who doesn't hear you kind of vibe. I like the idea that they obviously are in different philosophical camps with one another. What if another division between them is how they feel about the flooding? What if some gods believe in order to get back, they need to flood the world again? And others believe that they cannot do that ever again, and it will only destroy them. Destroy what little remains.
And a third thing, what if some of them believe that humans could do it themselves?
Yeah.
They could try to like indirectly influence events that would push mortals toward flooding the river.
Yeah.
To like save and liberate the gods once more from mortals. Because the gods are like, you mortals, like you fucked the world for us, and look at you, you're like torturing us, imprisoning us, using us. Like, why let's just wipe this clean and start over again.
I don't know if I like the idea of or like resonate with the idea that every god feels hunted and attacked, like by mortals, or that mortals are kind of the hunters of the divine. I think that some people definitely do eat, consume, and like capture gods, right? But I don't know if that. I like the idea that some of them think that reflooding the river is just how they get back home, right? And if they destroy everything here, then so be it. Who cares? We're going home. If that makes sense.
Wash back into the sea, like like in a tide pool. Like they think that they're just stuck in the tide pools, and when the water rises, they're waiting for the tide to come back in to go back out to sea.
I like that. I also have a logistical question about alchemists. What is it that alchemists need from gods in order to perform their alchemy?
I think
do they like require divinity?
Divinity. Yeah. I kind of like that idea of what C was talking about, like the minerals in the brain being a component. I think that is something we could work with you.
Yeah.
I think I like the idea of having to like be able to eat a measure of their heart is kind of it mechanically the core of what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the idea of them having to devour a physical part of them in order to gain that.
Or something that is central to them that may as well be physical in this case, because it's like the idea that, using your example from the text, that like if you're interacting with a god of heat, you have to eat heat in order to imbibe it on a divine level.
Also, I saw that little pat from the corner. So
yeah. But Rigby's just sitting here going, Papa, hello.
Also, welcome in, Raiders.
Oh, welcome in, Stella.
Hi, Stella.
Thank you for the raid.
Hi, Stella. Hope you're doing amazing.
Oh my goodness.
We're deep in the Godkiller sauce.
Yes.
We are.
We're deep in the Godkiller sauce.
See, what was your idea?
I think I was right where you were, Kai, which is what if an alchemist has to make a god's hunger their own? Like,
oh, interesting.
I don't know. Like, what if you have to? Because we're getting into a lot of like themes about consumption, cannibalism,
Eating stuff.
and like
Yeah.
devouring and devotion in that way. So I'm kind of like trying to lean into that and be like, what if, like, in order to change the world, you have to change like what you consume. So like maybe alchemists don't actually eat food or water anymore, and they can like attach themselves to a divine hunger. I don't know.
Okay, here's my pitch. This is a game called Godkiller. And presumably you want to be killing and sparing gods as part of the core conceit. And kind of the way we've set it up makes that rather difficult. But what if what alchemists do is they possess the heart of a god, and they like can take over basically what a god is capable of, and for all intents and purposes they are the god, and they become untouchable in a way, but only the god killer can like slay like kill or spare an alchemist god, and by extension kill the actual mortal alchemist or kill the actual god that they're manipulating in some way. Just a pitch.
I think my interest with the alchemist kind of, I want them to be limited below the power of a god. That's kind of where my head is at, is that they are not capable of rising that high, because I want that space of truly the middle between the like mortals and the divine to be occupied by us, the Slew. And so the idea of a alchemist being able to do that, like, I think my thought on the alchemists and what they can achieve is that they can achieve essentially a like magical vampirism as opposed to devotion. And that's how they acquire their magic, instead of tithing to a god in some way like the mages do.
Connie, I see you thinking.
Yeah. Can alchemists like hurt and maybe eat a part of a god's power, but they don't become the god themselves? Whereas
that would be
mages
my interest.
acquire a god's power through tithing and devotion. That is kind of like my understanding of this so far. And then the question is, like, of course, like some alchemists chain gods and seek to imprison them, though doing so would be very difficult, and you'd have to be a very powerful alchemist to be able to do that. Though some maybe just like acquire the divine power. Like, my other question is, like, does it have to be through a god directly, or could it also be through like the river and through like holy sanctums?
I see that being something that could be like open, and I think it's fruitful for it to be more possible than limited.
Okay, cool. We also don't have to like figure all of this stuff out right now.
Yeah, I think we might be getting too in the weeds.
Yeah, two in the weeds. All right, let's pull out. What is the most important social rule that all gods must abide, and what great violence or shame is inflicted upon the deities who defy this law?
Ooh, Sam. I'm harmonizing with something you said earlier, kind of at the beginning of all of this. About, sorry, this is not the right song. I'm realizing now. I have the power to change this. It's in my hands. About, like, gods being removed and gods not being here anymore, like prayers gone unanswered, like why won't they help us? Maybe the social rule is that you don't give your power to gods, or you don't give your power to mortals. Right? So the idea of alchemists taking power by force or by trade or coercion, and mages kind of also do it like through devotion or through also like social maneuvering, faith, right? Is that, and the reason why gods are hiding is not necessarily because they're hunted, is because they're not supposed to give to mortals. They're not supposed to share divinity. They're supposed to keep it. It could be like also a like metaphor on gosh, when you have and you keep and you hold on to, like greed, but also like a kind of scarcity mindset of like you can't give it, you can't give, like you have to keep what you have because you may not ever have it again, kind of like you have this and after the shattering you can't give it away, you have to keep it. Just a thought.
I hear the percolating.
I do like that idea. Okay, kind of where I'm sitting with that. This is like tangential. This is related. Is for me regarding the alchemists. If we're talking about alchemy and mages as two sides of the same coin, mages can wield divinity, and that is the way in which they can like channel magic through the river, is like they're using divine magic essentially. Is what alchemists do magic? Like, are they reaching in directly and like pulling on divinity and or magic? Or are they just kind of like doing alchemy? You know, they're like doing fantasy alchemy. Because if it's the latter, then why do they even need to eat gods in the first place? Is kind of, do they need that in order to do fantasy alchemy? Is it a one-time thing, or do they need to like re-up? I guess that's just something I'm stuck on as the GM, because it will inform the kinds of conflicts I build, and it will inform.
I see you.
It's actually quite important.
I hear you.
I think where my head was at, kind of what I was understanding, was that the idea that the alchemists need to take from the gods was more like them opening a door for themselves to access to maybe the river, maybe just knowledge. I hadn't quite clarified that for myself of like how like if the original thought, and I think that that's a really good like starting place, at least for like where we're at right now, is like that a alchemist stole the knowledge of technology from a god and ate some aspect to learn it, then it isn't so much about the eating that gives them power, it is the knowledge that they retain from the eating. That they get like flashes of either the world before or a flash of like divine knowledge or something like that.
My question is this a one-time thing that one alchemist did and now he can just like pass on the knowledge through writing and teaching and like through documentation? Or does every alchemist, kind of like in Full Metal Alchemist, like the door of truth that allows you to do alchemy without drawing sigils and shit, like you can just channel it? Like in order to like actually do alchemy, you have to partake of this god of knowledge's flesh? Is it this one god who's still chained up and that all alchemists eat from? Or is it like any god?
No, I think it's any god. It's any god. It's any god, which is why they're so scarce and they're so private into themselves and don't acknowledge their divinity to begin with. Because they know.
But if we didn't want that to be the reason why gods hide, then it shouldn't be any god.
I'm with you. I like the idea of them all like either passing down a shard of this like god of knowledge that the first one ate a fragment of. And that then the other gods, maybe like some alchemists think that they can get other things from them, but it isn't necessarily what they're actually looking for.
Okay. My brain just said fountain of knowledge. So, and it kind of pinged off of what Kai was saying. So if there's one main alchemist that devoured, and now all alchemists are essentially their offshoot, what if that alchemist did some type of like ritual or like bloodletting to like let them into becoming alchemists in the first place? So like if they had to like drink their blood or bite them and or you know, consume some part of them themselves.
Oh, sorry, Sam. I didn't realize my mic was unmuted. I apologize.
No, please cook. See?
No, I think I'm with you. I think I'm with you because I love the idea that it's just because I think the initial idea that pinged for me was it's just one guy, just one alchemist who perhaps like ate of, whether like this person, whether this alchemist, who knows, forcibly ate the god of knowledge, or if the god of knowledge in some ways gave their flesh to this alchemist to give them the gift of alchemy, Promethean style. Who knows? We don't, maybe that could be an open mystery. And that this person was the first alchemist, TM the first alchemist. And then this first alchemist teaches others by letting other people consume parts of their body. As like I will give you like my pinky finger and you will eat it and you will gain access to the knowledge that I store in my body that I got from eating this god.
I like this.
And that's
exactly
and now
this.
like
That
this
rocks. That
person,
rocks.
the first alchemist's bones are like interred in this huge temple, and when you want to be an alchemist, you go and you eat part of that body.
Yeah, but there's not much of it left now.
There's not much of it left now, which could be an interesting conflict.
Yes.
I think that's where, and I think that I was gonna say that makes an interesting conflict too, because I think also it could also turn into that scarcity, right? Like it's not as potent as it was if they were eating their body, like if they were eating the alchemist's body or consuming the alchemist as we are standing right now, it's way more potent as opposed to 150, 200 years down the line where it's just their bones and they have to grind their bones
to
into
make
like a tea or something like that.
We found the locked tomb, everybody. We did it.
We
Hit it, Connie.
we did. I have such an idea that you inspired for me, Sam, which is that what if like there's a whole mystery, you know, like there haven't been new alchemists in a while because like whatever alchemy society controls the body is like, no one's good enough. No one's like passed the exam or whatever. But the real reason is that like that body is like,
it's like almost out.
So it's
almost gone.
There are some alchemists whispering about like, well, we have to find a way to eat from a god now. And there's like some rogue alchemist, maybe this isn't even approved by like the Central Alchemist Society, who are like trying to go off and chain a god, capture a god, strike a deal with a god or something. That's it. We found it. We found it, friends. We found it.
I don't know that much about Christianity, so take this with a grain of salt. But this does feel like a really fun Jesus metaphor.
No, 100%. This is Easter.
This is absolutely Jesus.
Yeah,
It's
Easter.
the saints, because people
It's
like
Easter.
totally take pieces of the saints and like carry them around. Yeah.
They do.
So,
oh my god.
This is
like I said, I
literally
don't know that
Easter.
much, but-
Like that is what that the whole point of Easter service in general is passing around crackers and grape juice as the blood and body of Christ himself and consuming it.
Yeah,
that is
you're
quite literally
Jesus.
that is literally
literally consuming Jesus. Okay,
Quite-
I love that. And for me, it becomes very clear that mages, okay, so why gods walk among us, but they don't reveal themselves. I think this can even be common knowledge in the Cradle. That yes, the gods are real. They're literally physically, they've been proven to be real. That's not a question. They walk among us, but they hide who they are because there can be many reasons for mortals to believe this, but maybe the main reason is based on the social law that C mentioned, that it is like against divine law to give your power, to give stuff, to help mortals, because I need help.
Because
Because of
leave
what happened
it
with
there.
the God of Knowledge.
Period. Yeah.
Well,
We could
and
just-
also what happened with the God of Knowledge.
God of knowledge. Like he gave
We run
They
around
gave their
Oh,
flesh.
Yeah.
That's like
And
their
like-
warning. It's like, look
and
what happened to the God of
and they fucked up
knowledge.
shit.
Okay,
Yeah.
was the first alchemist also the first Godkiller question? Because I feel like maybe, I don't know.
Yes.
I love the idea though, that they actually didn't kill a god, that they just ate possibly even a given piece of a god, and instead of taking that power and killing gods, they decided to have power with mortals instead.
Yeah. So they like built all these like fucked up centipede machines, and the gods were like, I don't
Yeah.
know, that's scary. Let's not do that again.
I don't like that.
It's Promethean. It's like you weren't
Yeah.
supposed to do that. Now
weren't
look
supposed
at
to
what
do
this.
that.
Now look at what
they've
this
done.
person is doing. They made an
You
entire.
fucked up a perfect good mortal. They've created war now. Are you happy
It's
they've
very-
created war now?
It's very Jurassic Park, where it's like your scientists were so consumed
If they
consumed
could,
with,
that they never-
if they could, they never thought about if they should.
I love that. Though, speaking of the Godkiller, let's talk about the Godkiller. Let's talk about your origins. A Godkiller born. The Godkiller is the only mortal capable of slaying a god or sparing one. What forbidden, exalted, or dangerous legends surround the existence of the Godkiller, and who knows about them?
I feel like they have to be like completely heretical to the mages and almost like rumored and venerated as like something that would be amazing for the alchemists.
I was just going to say, now, what if, because the alchemists themselves, right, are kind of like the antithesis of what it is that they're consuming, they're trying to do what they need to in relation to it. But like, what if, kind of bouncing a little bit off of like what C was talking about in relation to being like the first god killer, but like not necessarily, like, what if the first god killer was the one that locked away the alchemists? Like alchemy themselves are very like underground, hidden type of deal, where they work in tandem with the person that ate the shard from the god of knowledge, and the god killer is the one that locked them away to begin with. Does that make sense?
I think I understand.
Yeah.
I think I understand. Yeah.
There's
Okay. Sorry, go ahead, C, because I had an idea. But go ahead.
no. Go ahead.
We've been talking about mages. I feel like that's the key. Hold on.
Ooh.
Let me ideate. I have a very clear idea of alchemists and their kind of like position in this world, as they're kind of like the inventors, the creators. They're almost kind of like mages in a way. So what about mages? If the gods are not supposed to give their power either willingly or not to mortals, what if there aren't mages in this world? Hear me out. What if mages don't exist, but there are different splinter factions of alchemists? Some that believe that they need to like hunt down gods now to like take up their power. Some that believe they need to try to like tithe to gods to get their power so they can like keep doing their alchemy. And like some that just want to like keep things going and they don't care if they die out. Or like they're like traditionalists. But the first god killer was blessed by a god to hunt down and kill the god of knowledge for doing what they did, for like giving away a piece of their power or something. Like, I don't know. I just feel like
I want there to be mages though.
you don't want there to be mages. Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
No, I
okay,
want there
okay.
to be mages.
I see
Alright,
something.
okay.
I see something
Yeah.
very fruitful in what you were just saying, though,
Okay.
Connie.
Yeah.
About, like,
Yeah.
the first god killer being like a mage that was blessed by a god to fix what went wrong there, basically, in some way.
Either like an avenger or a punisher. I'm not necessarily like tied to that idea. Yeah, I'm just okay. Keep going, y'all. I just need to like think about
Okay.
the role of
Yeah.
mages. Because then
I
mages
just-
would almost be like even more rare than alchemists in a way. You know what I mean? Like, because they were given a power by a god, and that's illegal in the god world.
Well, we actually haven't discussed this at all, whether mages actually are granted power from gods, or if mages are just mortals who happen to be able, for some reason, we don't know, maybe they don't know, maybe nobody knows, why they can reach out and
just
touch
like
the
use
river.
magic? Yeah, you could just touch the river.
And
Maybe
maybe
right on.
it was
touch
just
the
a
river,
blessing
yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, cool. Yeah, okay,
yeah.
great. Sorry, I was like tied to the divine connection, but if that's just what they can do, yeah, cool. I'm super cool with that.
And you
some
can go
alchemists
more the
are
direction of
mages.
like cultivator too, of like they just work towards getting better at accessing the river and
Yeah, I'm into that. I'm into that. So are alchemists mages, or are they like not?
No.
I don't think they
No.
are.
No, I think distinctly
they're
they
not.
are not, because else why would you
yeah.
need to partake in this body?
Alchemy. Yeah,
Yes.
that's
In the
true.
first
alchemy.
place, right?
An alchemist
Yeah.
mage is like pretty terrifying.
Yes.
It's a
It
pretty
is.
terrifying idea. Yeah.
It's pretty terrifying.
Horrifically.
Okay, got
I
it,
mean,
got it.
to kind of, I mean, but what if the Godkiller as a concept, if there were like two things that happened historically. One was that the god of knowledge either had their body partaken of or gave their body to partake to the first alchemist, and a god bestowed their divine power onto the first Godkiller, the first and only Godkiller, and maybe like their bodies are entangled with each other. One doesn't rot and the other does. I don't know. Also, there's the option that there are no legends about the Godkiller. That
could be that this has never happened before.
Yeah.
or that it's forgotten if it ever did
Yeah.
happen.
It happened so long ago that there's nobody
Maybe they caused the
alive
shattering.
that could.
Who knows?
Yeah. They are the
Yeah.
nuclear.
I love the idea that people like imagine that it could exist in a world where people want to consume aspects of the gods, but it's a fairy tale. It's not something that people can actually do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fairy tale that like an alchemist could eat a god whole
Yeah.
and kill them, but that's not possible.
But it's not possible.
I kind of like the idea of like the god kill, like the titular god killer being like you were saying, like a mythical folklore type of deal. Like, you know how like they always like, and this may just be in the South or what have you, but like there was always a saying that like, you know, parents tell their kids about the boogeyman and stuff like that to make them behave, right? Type of deal. And like, what if like the god killer was the boogeyman that makes that could put fear into alchemists' hearts or what have you, or maybe even mortal hearts.
Because we know that god killers now have epithets. The god killer, the flood, the shattering. That they are the concept of the shattering. They are the concept of the flood. They doomed the gods. They doomed the world. They are the reason. They are the everything. That is what it means to be god killer synonymous with flood, god killer synonymous with shattering.
Apocalypse.
God killer synonymous with apocalypse.
I love that. That fucks.
Yeah, that
fucks
fucks really hard. Yeah.
The god killer as like a person, but as like doom itself. Hi, Sayer. Okay. Finally. And then I would love to take a quick bio break.
We probably don't have time for anything
We don't have
else.
time for origins. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Cool. Finally, what flawed but beautiful place in the cradle do you call home, and what do you tithe to the god that rules or protects it?
Now listen, I've never played with a Slew before, but I do love the idea that we are all from different places.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
We absolutely do not know each other.
Okay. I'm into it. I think we can honestly like skip over this question then, because I don't think it's super relevant right now. And there are plenty of other ways to establish Slew relationships in Kyrgyz, but we don't have time for that, sadly. Oh, I know, it's been like 4 hours. It's been like 3 hours and 40 minutes since we started. I was like, this will be easy, breezy, beautiful. But I'm so sad. Because the next step is choosing your origins and covenants.
Can we talk briefly about our character concepts?
I know.
I've got
I
some
know,
fucked up things to say.
Please.
Yeah,
Okay.
I gotta know. I gotta know.
Me?
You're the one that you go.
You started it.
Yeah, I did start it.
Go ahead,
I need to
T.
take a bio break so bad. I'm so sorry. I will
Go
be
ahead.
off camera. Yeah.
So, content warning for mentions of starvation. I'm really interested in playing. Oh my god, which one is it? I have to scroll. I think it's the monster. The monster.
Shocker.
I know.
Shocker,
I've never played. I know. I do like to think that the monster found the rotting corpse of a god while they were starving. And they ate all of it. And they turned into a monster. They were desperate.
Get help, see.
I know.
Affectionate. Get help.
And it changed them. Okay, you're muted, just so you know.
I'm just screaming at that rock.
Going hard in the cannibalism sauce. Everything that an alchemist ever hoped they could be.
Well, and like it makes you like a being, a monster of folklore.
Mm-hmm.
of wouldn't it be nice if we could, or
and they did, but it really fucked them up.
Yeah, it's like you could,
but you see that guy? Yeesh. Yikes. Yeah, that would
be fucked up.
Ooh, hold on, Sam. I feel like I know where you're going, because you want to play the lamb, right?
You want to be the lamb.
I want to play the lamb. What happens if my character was raised to be the one that was eaten by the god of knowledge?
Ooh,
like
that's
fed to the god of knowledge as a like.
Yeah, like that was what my purpose was, but the god of knowledge snatched by alchemists. And that also explains why I'm in with the alchemists in general, held captivity to them, because they knew that through me was the easiest way to get to the god of knowledge in general.
Ooh. My working assumption had always been that the god of knowledge willingly gave the power a long time ago. But maybe you were raised to feed to a god,
bring them back
by a splinter faction. Yeah, to bring back the god of knowledge, or by a splinter faction of alchemists that are like, our alchemy is fleeting and it's leaving us. So we need another god to give us knowledge again. But for this god to do it, they demand a sacrifice, and that sacrifice is you.
Yeah. I like that even better. That actually fucks you. Yeah.
That's fuck.
Yeah.
Hey, Sam. The concept of the lamb as a playbook. The lamb is a mortal sacrifice chosen for the killing floor until latent god-killing powers save them. So you were born to die until your death does not take and you ostensibly kill the god that was supposed to kill you. I just said that I wanted to eat a god's corpse.
Did you eat the god that was supposed to eat Sam's
you killed that god,
I killed that god, left, and you
found its body and ate it.
That's so fucked up. See, I love it.
That's really fucked up. I like that a lot. Oh my god. Oh my god.
So fucked up.
I ate your shame. I ate your shame, and now I feel strange things for you because that god's power lives in me now too, sort of.
Oh my god.
Isn't that weird?
I love that.
Does that mean you want to eat me?
It sure does. It absolutely definitely does.
Oh my god.
Pun intended and not intended.
I'm gonna break my neck.
Oh my god. Okay. What about
She's about to be a Pez dispenser in a second. Just
rock.
Kai, where are we going?
Okay, so I have this picture in my head of someone who I think that they were just kind of similarly kind of just desperate. And I think they were looking for an answer, and I think that they wanted to be a mage so badly. And I think through like just sheer like a violent need for access to the river, to magic, to something, instead they ate a piece of an alchemist who happened to be actually destined to be a god killer.
They were like,
and the thing that they ate
like
was actually their, yeah, they were like the god killer. Oops. And the thing that I ate was actually their like divine soul, and I became a god killer instead of them.
Kai,
Hey,
cook.
I
can't help.
have an unbelievably untethered idea that I want to hand. You can take it or leave it. You know how we talked about how the first alchemist's body was nearly gone?
Mm-hmm.
What if they were savoring? They were keeping the most important part, the heart. Do you think that you ate that? The first alchemist's
I think
heart?
I ate the person who did eat it.
Oh, nice!
Like they were chosen
Nice.
by the alchemist
To be the last person to claim the power.
be the last yeah. And I killed them and ate their divine.
Were you like, so what's your relationship to the alchemists? Like, were you like a busboy? Like, were you like a janitor, like custodial staff? Like what?
Honestly,
or an
I think
aspiring
I'm like
alchemist?
I'm a magical pickpocket at this point. I think I am just a scrappy person trying to get by, and I think I just like eat elements of magic in hopes that it gives me access to the river.
Okay.
We hit 27K.
We hit
27.
Oh my goodness! Thank you. We did this for trans cannibalism. Wow! Oh my god, 2.7. Thank you all so much.
That's amazing.
Oh my goodness, that is.
I'm actually
huge.
unwell.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm hungry.
Way the fuck to show up and show out, Transplanners.
Yup.
Like,
No, truly.
happy birthday, Transplanner.
Happy birthday, Transplanar. Also, if I can do math in my
God.
brain, we've raised this month
This number's gonna make my chest hurt. I know it.
$8,000 for charity, at least. Which is,
No fucking way, really?
yeah, at least 1K, and then 2.7 for the last 2 weeks, at least. I'm not wrong.
Holy
That's
shit.
because it's 1K plus each.
Yeah.
Each two.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
that's
has been. It
8K.
has been. Oh
That's
my
like a full
God.
8K. Holy number
Oh
in
my god,
Dake.
Transplanar!
That's amazing.
Oh,
Not
that's
us,
wild.
not us
amazing.
raising almost 10K in a month.
Yeah,
That just shows
with 2 streams a week.
what the fuck is the
By
government
the way,
doing
that's
then?
wild.
If
What the fuck is the government
what are
doing?
if
Seriously,
us ourselves an independent channel that is based off of the love and care of our community is able to raise 10K in a month, what the fuck are they doing with years and millions of dollars of taxpayer money?
Dropping bombs.
Do
That's
better.
what they're doing.
Yeah, that's what they're fucking doing. They're dropping bombs.
When we said we are creating the world we want to see,
Mm-hmm.
and we want to see that reflected, we meant that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Way to go.
100%
Thanks, y'all.
Amazing. Transplaners, thank you all so much. You are incredible. For all of you here, kind of to like round out our character building session, I really want to know if we could scroll down to the Slew section of session
Ooh.
0. You should kind of jump to my cursor. I think I'm the one person that's named. I would love to know what each of your god killers' role in the Slew is. No, you scrolled right past it.
Oh, sorry, there
See,
I
I
am.
think. Yeah. There you go. Yep. There it is.
Ooh.
So either I am the beating heart that keeps us together in the darkest of nights. I am the steady hand that takes action first and ensures our survival. I am the sturdy aegis that protects our interests and guards our lives. I am the churning mind that guides our plans and always seeks more. I am the ripping teeth that shreds our foes and drinks of their blood. I am the calming voice that soothes our tensions and brokers our peace. I am the knowing eye that studies and sees and knows and realizes. I am the laughing shadow that mocks our enemies and embraces our doom.
I'm either gonna rip teeth or laugh shadow. Depending
You do
on
one,
what
I'll do
you
the
want,
other.
Kai.
Pick your flavor. Pick your flavor.
No, literally, I was like, whatever you don't pick, I'll take.
Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah.
One or the other for you and me.
I think, given your origin, you being the ripping teeth feels really right. And I think being someone who is not meant to be where I am and being
Laugh
kind of
at
the
it.
jester at the end of the world.
Yeah.
I'm kind of stuck.
What you got?
I'm stuck between a beating heart and the knowing eye.
Heart.
But
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards heart. Yeah, I'm leaning towards heart.
God. Yes.
Eat and be
Oh.
eaten. This is the most fucked up polycule we maybe
This
ever.
is a really fucked up poly.
because there's a couple.
I wish you understood how bad I need this. Like I need this game right now just for the fucked up of it all.
I might,
Personally.
honestly, if y'all are free, I might just run it for you all, like as a home
play
game.
test,
And we
play
can-
test, play
Please,
test.
play
Yeah.
test.
Play test.
And finally, answer together: what sacred and terrible noise does our fractured soul make as it rings through the river?
Chewing. That's just my
The
pitch.
rattling of bones.
Honestly, yeah. Chewing. It's like that sound. And I think the more specific sound of it is like the you know, like when you're eating a piece of meat and it's like you got gristle in your mouth. It's
snap.
like that. Yeah, like that.
Mm.
It's that sound specifically.
Oh, okay, I
Yeah.
love it. We have to continue this because there's like, and then we haven't even written our first prayer. You haven't even fleshed out our origins. We have to continue this at some point. But I think that's all the time we have for
Yeah.
tonight. Oh my goodness.
Damn,
Ah,
this eats.
Sam, you suggested
Oh my
sinners
God.
and it just sinners about real eaters, and I said
I told you that movie is eater propaganda. I want more of that in my movies.
we brought it here today. I think
We
Love
sure
that.
did.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, okay. Everyone, thank you all so much for tuning in to our Godkiller multiplayer world building play test. We made a truly fucked up Cradle together. And
we
I,
did.
for one,
Yeah, we
really
did.
fucked up. I don't know, that's
Really fucked up.
scary. I, for one, am manifesting a campaign with this lovely slew of Godkillers
Yes.
on Transplanar one day, or just for ourselves. Maybe we'll see. I mean, I'm so serious, the three of you. Like, let's make this happen.
No,
I'm there.
No, like as a home
Say
game,
less.
even like, yeah,
say less.
Yeah, there,
I will
there.
be
Yes.
there on
Let's do
stream
it.
or at home. I don't care.
yeah.
Make it happen.
It's gonna happen. Yep.
Cool.
Thanks to your incredibly generous donations and contributions, we have reached $2,700.69 for Care for Gaza. That is freaking
let's
amazing.
go.
Oh my
I
god.
love you, Transplanar.
I
Yeah,
love
that's
you,
like
Transplanar.
8K or something
It's
this month. That's wild. The giving spirit of the Transplanar community truly cannot be matched. Though, speaking of donations, it's time for us to pull the winners of our giveaway for 5 PDFs of Apocalypse Keys. Since we've been busy doing the playtest this entire stream, please hang tight for just a few minutes as we tally up all the entries and draw the winners. Just like with the Demigods RPG giveaway, if you do win, please reach out to myself or C via Discord with your email address. This way we can send you the drive-thru RPG download code for your prize.
or just email transplanarrpg@gmail.com.
That actually works better. Wait, that actually works much better. Yeah, that's actually much better. Don't DM me. Redact what I said earlier. Email us at transplanarrpg@gmail.com. And if you've already emailed us about the previous giveaway, thank you. We are currently coordinating logistics for that. Thank you. We have received your email. All right, we are going to cut to the break screen now so we can tally up your entries. It's going to just take a
There's a
couple of
lot
minutes.
to tally up.
There's a lot to
Slide
tally
into.
up. So just
Yep.
hang tight. grab a drink, grab some food, and see if you win. All right.
Yeah. And stick around for the bonk. We'll be back in a second.
What? Huh?
There's 2 bonks.
We'll be back in a second.
I'm making a Pinterest board. Bye.
Oh my goodness. Hello, friends. We are back from break, and I have tallied up all of the entries, and we are ready to announce who our winners are. So let's start with that. Let's start with the winners of the giveaway. Drum roll, please. The winner of the first PDF is Mare_in the Woods. Congratulations, Mare!
Congratulations!
Please email us. Email us at transplanarrpg@gmail.com. Congratulations to you, Mare.
Woo!
All right. Let's pull the second one. Big drum roll, please. Our second winner is Queers the Spears.
Yay!
Congratulations!
Congrats!
Yay!
Congratulations! Yay! All right, our third winner. Drum roll, please. Is Iskaros. Congratulations, Iskaros!
Congrats! Woo!
All right. Time for winner number 4. Drum roll, please. It is Northern Gale. Congratulations, Gale. Oh my goodness. We have so many entries, truly.
Woo!
And finally, our 5th and final winner is Ami the Dreamer. Congratulations, Ami the Dreamer.
It's Am I the Dreamer?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Am I the Dreamer? That makes a lot more sense. I was like, Am I the Dreamer? Great. Yeah. Woo! Congratulations to all 5 of our incredible winners. You'll be getting a beautiful PDF of this game, Apocalypse Keys by Ray Najati. Ray, who is my developmental editor for Godkiller RPG, so you know it's good shit. You know it's good shit.
Hell yeah.
So please reach out to us over email, transplanarrpg@gmail.com, and then we can get that redemption code for your free drive-thru-RPG PDF to you speedily. We will also be reposting who the winners are in the Discord server in case some of them are not here for this. All right. Wow. This is our final stream of our channelversary, but it's okay. We have other streams coming up before we return to our summer hiatus. But before I get into all of that stuff, my fantabulous slew of Godkillers, would you like to introduce yourselves, starting with Kai?
Yes, of course. Hi, everyone. I'm Kai. I use he, they, and she pronouns. You can find me everywhere as Estelle of Imladris, where I do a lot of this. Not necessarily this. This was very singular and wonderful. But I do a lot of TTRPG stuff. I'm a game designer, game consultant, performer, GM sometimes. You find me everywhere. Welcome to the summer. Welcome to the year of Kai, I guess, writes and publishes game stuff. But also, you'll find me back here very soon as a certain sad, gay purple cowboy. And in the meantime, I will pine for the company of these esteemed and wonderful people, including, but especially, Sam.
So sweet, Kai. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Have been, and always will be the Sam Star, using she, they, and the occasional Fae pronouns. You can catch me all across the interwebs at Lust for Life X. You can catch me being everyone's favorite baby girl, time mage, healer, Lumira, Chaos Protocol. I am a TTRPG performer, self-proclaimed chaos fairy. I guess I can add GM to that tag now too.
Fuck yeah, you can.
So yeah, that's where you can find me. Follow me on the internet so you can know what I'm up to next. What's up, the dramaturg?
Did you think I forgot?
No.
Did you think I forgot?
No.
My
Please.
destiny?
Dun, dun,
My
dun.
duty? My
Dun, dun, dun.
sacred and
Chat,
sworn
please don't make them
obligation
do this. Don't make
dun,
them
the
dun,
transplaners. Do you think that I forgot?
Dun dun dun.
Do you think that I'm not on my way
dun,
out
dun, dun.
of my room right now? And
Dun,
I'm
dun,
Oh my
dun.
god!
Dun dun dun.
on my way to seek justice for all that you have wrought.
This Connie just frantically tried to run is so funny to me.
Did you think that you could escape me?
Oh no!
No! What is this? Are you serious? Battle me. What? Battle me.
Battle me!
Battle.
Okay.
I said
Chat,
battle.
witness this. Witness it. Witness. Chat, I personally want to say thank you so much for redeeming this. Y'all do not understand how important this is to all of us here at Transplanar.
Connie hath been bunked.
Connie flinching after the assault is...
We've shocked Ty into silence.
Her snake is fully out. She was witnessing all of that. Bye.
Look, don't get scared this time.
Oh, I'll kiss you on the forehead.
I love you.
Love you too.
Yeah, that's because Connie damn near shit his pants the last time C kissed him on the forehead after bonking them over and over.
Live hurt comfort right here on Transplanar RPG.
Live hurt comfort. So funny.
Oh my god. The fact that they made me duel for my life.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna
And they
bonk you while you
returned.
were down.
That's so important. I hope someone clipped it. That was so
Oh.
important.
You think I would
my
bonk
Everyone,
God.
you
please
while
say
you're
thank
down?
you, C. Thank you, C, in the chat.
C.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, C.
Do not
I'm like
thank
really out of
them.
breath.
I know, me too. That was...
Hopping around a lot.
Oh my god.
Whew.
Yes.
Alright, C. Was that your introduction?
Yeah, find me at C Plays RPG.
Very
Carrying
big,
oh my
big
God.
Carrying the
transfer.
weight of this channel upon my back. And with my sword.
Truly.
Quite literally.
Truly. Oh my god.
Bobo!
Well, okay, wow. Congratulations, once again, to all of the winners. And thank you to all of you for donating, chatting, reposting, submitting your fan works to the zine, and generally just participating in our 5-year Channelversary celebrations. This truly means the world to us and to me personally. If I may get a little sappy and gay on main for a second, as I look back on how far we've come, I feel so incredibly proud about everything we've done and everything we've accomplished. It feels like just yesterday that I was putting together an over-designed overlay for Arc 1, Episode 1 of The Second Stranger, which didn't even have a name until a year and a half into the campaign. It was just Transplanar. Running Transplanar has taught me so much about so many things. How to be a better GM, how to be a better showrunner and producer, how to be a better game designer, a better friend, what it means to cultivate an intentional community and play culture, and what it means to tell queer and trans stories in worlds uncaged by hegemony, hierarchy, and preconceived ideas of what radical imagination could be. Thank you all so much for sharing this Channelversary with me and my cast. Your presence and contributions truly mean the entire world to me and are a core reason why I make art in the first place. If any of the characters I've embodied, worlds I've woven, or stories I've told alongside my incredible cast and crew have resonated with you in any way, shape, or form, then I consider these past 5 years to be an immense and irrevocable success. I cannot wait to embark on the future of Transplanar RPG with Arc 4 of the Chaos Protocol and beyond. Thank you so much for being here with us, and thank you for celebrating half a decade of Transplanar. Oh, that's what I wanted to say.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Transplanar. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Well, this is the last stream of our excuse me. Well, hitting those high notes really took it out of me. This is the last stream of our Channelversary celebration, but this means we are going to be back to our summer hiatus, but fear not. You can look forward to community streams and special events celebrating all of you before we hop back into Arc 4 of the Chaos Protocol. And as a way to wrap up celebrations, C, would you like to remind everyone about the zine?
Yes, absolutely. We've come to the end, friends. This is the last week to submit your fan works to our anniversary zine. We have been releasing a series of themed prompts all throughout this month to celebrate all of the shows here on Transplanar. And this zine is currently open for any and all fan works that you have made over the past 5 years that we've been running the channel. We really hope to be able to put something super special together for everyone to enjoy, to celebrate, and to look back on with incredibly fond memories, because I know I will absolutely be doing that. The zine submission page will be open for a little while longer to let folks who are a little bit late submitting, who've been really busy this month, because I know I have been for a little while, probably until I forget to close it. I'll post several times in the Discord and hopefully on social media as well to remind folks to get those entries in, but please do get them in, because we can't make a zine if there aren't things to put in it. So use !zine in the chat to share your art, illustrations, crafts, writing, cosplays, games, actual plays, and other creative endeavors of any kind to help us celebrate 5 years of Transplanar RPG. Every time you do, a stranger gets its wings. So
you got a second Stranger Chaos Protocol crossover fic brewing in your brain? Write it.
I want to see it. I want.
There were a lot of fan content redemptions here in chat tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing them.
I'm looking.
Yeah, I will be looking as well with my eyes and my heart. Oh gosh, thank you all so much for tuning in to not just this stream, but all of the streams for the past month for our 5-year channelversary. If you donated, thank you. If you chatted, thank you. If you shared any of our posts, thank you. This is not where the love ends. We're going to be taking all of this and applying to Twitch Partner, because this was an incredible month, and I feel very optimistic. And if they don't, Twitch, make the right decision.
Shame on them.
Make the right decision, Twitch. Make the right decision. Please, if you enjoyed this, leave a comment on any of the YouTube VODs of any of our shows. It really helps. Please rate our podcast on Apple Podcasts and Spotify with 5 stars. Every time you do that, another stranger gets another set of wings and another set of bulbous, eldritch eyes. Oh,
okay.
We love you all so much. Oh, I'm like dragging it out because I want to leave. But it's been 4.5 hours, so we have to. We're going to be sending... We do have to, sadly. My stomach is so hungry. We're going to be sending the love over to someone else who's really awesome right now, no doubt. Use the raid message in chat. If you're in the YouTube live, hop on over to our Twitch channel and join the raid train. We love you so much, Transplanars. Thank you so much for all of your generosity and for being here with us for these 5 years. Happy birthday, Transplanar. I love you so much. You are my baby. You are my heart. You are my soul. You are everything to me. I would feed you the world. And I will. All right.
Multiple at that.
Okay, but I feel like that was a bit of a threat. Bye.
It's a threat and a promise. Journey well, Transplaners. And see you soon.
Trust in her.